Good afternoon on this lovely, let me turn myself down a little bit there. Good afternoon, everybody, on this Tuesday afternoon. It is the 10th day of March, 2026, and we're looking live out of Bloomington, Illinois, where we do have some partly cloudy skies there. Got some severe weather coming your way as we go into the overnight hours, but we're going to actually tune it down into Texas. That's where we are seeing the worst of the severe weather right now. That is just beginning to perk up here across far western Texas, southwestern Texas includes for Midland, Texas, where we do have some showers and some thunderstorms that are already developing here. We're waiting to see if we're going to get any severe thunderstorm warnings out of this, and then eventually we have a risk for tornado warnings later on as these storms do mature. We got a pretty strong storm down here, just moving off the Edwards Plateau, moving towards San Angelo, Texas. Has a long way to go. Azuna is next in line, and this storm is definitely producing lots of heavy rainfall. Got some hail on that as well. Yes, we do got at least 3/4 of an inch of hail on that storm right here. 3/4 of an inch. That is correct. So we got 3/4 of an inch of hail on that storm in Terrell County, moving into Crockett County in Azuna in Texas here in a little bit. We're watching for other storms here that are beginning to fire up here in Robert Lee, Bronte at this time. No hail marker on any of these other storms right now, but this is going to be the big focal point for significant severe weather today, including very large hailstones. In fact, we're looking at hail up to maybe 3 or 4 inches in diameter by the time we go into the afternoon and evening hours here. In fact, if we do take a look here at the latest meso discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center, let's go back to this one right here. You can see that they're looking out for the chances of 4 1/4 inches, maybe up to maybe 5 inches at the biggest. We're looking at a risk for strong tornadoes and, of course, some damaging winds as well. A low-end risk here for wind, but maybe up to 80 miles an hour is a possibility here. And again, this tornado watch has been issued for that given area. Of course, another area that we're really going to watch closely, and we're going to look at the SPC latest convective outlook here. There's a rare moderate risk up here across central and northern parts of Illinois, as well as northwestern Indiana. The first one that has been issued since like July of last year, so it's been a long while since there's been any significant severe weather here in the United States. And so that's what we're going to be watching. In fact, if we actually go back and look at the Storm Prediction Center here, we can pretty much see with what we're looking at. So this is that outlook from the SPC that has, there we go. You can see there's that moderate risk of severe weather. This includes for Peoria. This includes for Bloomington, Illinois. That's where we have that live camera. Normal, Illinois. Yeah, you're not so normal today with that moderate risk. And then Pekin, Illinois, under that moderate risk. And then, of course, down here, we have the enhanced risk, and surrounding that, we have the enhanced risk. But it's not just your ordinary moderate risk. If we go to our risk for tornadoes, because of the new outlook that was introduced, so because of the new outlook that was introduced literally on March 3rd, they have now different intensities of significance. All right, so you can see here level 1 significant basically encompasses the 2% and 5%. So which means there is a risk for strong tornadoes all the way within any given area that has a highlighted area or a hatched area for a SIG 1. And then, of course, over here in this diagonal line, that's in that moderate risk and that 10%, that is a level 2 intensity significant hatched area that is issued. That means there is a risk for strong to intense tornadoes in this area today. Would not even be surprised if we get at least one violent tornado in this environment. And we'll be looking at the models here on that in just a little bit. And then when we look at the hail risk, there's also a risk for significant hail up here, but more so down here in Texas. There is a level 2 SIG for large hail, and that means hailstones up to 4 to 5 inches in diameter, enough to cause serious injuries, if not fatalities. Hailstones falling out of the sky at over 130 miles an hour, 140, will be enough to cause a lot of damage to roofs, to buildings, to windows, to car windshields, even could severely dent your car entirely. So yeah, please bring your cars inside if you can today, because the hail risk is going to be very significant today across much of western Texas and far southwestern Oklahoma. Big time, softball size, possibly even greater than that, gorilla size hail as well. And then over here, we're looking at quarters or softball, or not softball size, but we're looking at hen size or apple size hail perhaps up here, potentially in parts of Illinois. In fact, let's actually bridge the gap here and look at a post that I found on X that kind of tells us what we're looking at here. So let's actually go to bookmarks here, because the person actually said what is going to be happening. And you can see here, oops, can we make this? Darn it, my screen won't fit on this one. Let's see if we can make this a little bit. I guess that's good enough to even think about. Okay, that's better. That's a lot better right there. So when we click on this, you can see this area down here in white is soft ball size hail. Okay, we're looking at 5-inch hailstones perhaps in that area. And then apple size, that's about 3.5 to 4-inch hail there, and then egg size, and then quarter size. So big time hail storm perhaps across western and northern Texas this afternoon into the evening hours in that primary area. You can see someone actually made a joke about that. Look at that. Matthews hail pale my radar, right? So definitely looking at some big time hail associated with those storms. All right, so let's go and look at with what we're looking at. And actually, we're going to use a future cast radar here. Uh-oh. My thing actually bugged out there for a second. Sorry about that. Come on. Okay. We now have our first severe thunderstorm warning. Yep. We have our first severe thunderstorm warning right now. 1-inch hail. So we're looking at 1-inch hail with this and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Let's actually go right over to weather-wise for that. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And this is moving to the northeast at around 20 knots at the moment. And again, max wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. And we're looking at max hail size up to 1 inch. When we look at the impacts right now, we are looking at emergency services that are impacted, 2 of them. We're looking at finance, 1 finance center being involved, as well as government, 1 courthouse, and 1 law enforcement being involved that is being impacted by that severe thunderstorm warning right now. Really liking the population here is 243 people, but that's 243 houses. When you combine that with 2 people per house, we're looking at almost 1,000 people. So we can see here, Liscombe right now, seeing that severe thunderstorm warning right now. This is over the 305, moving into the 1454 FM, as well as Follett, getting some rain out of that storm. Actually, as we look at the 3D here, let's go to 3-dimensional radar on that storm. And the warnings are not working on this for some reason, or maybe one hasn't come in yet. Oh, it's way up here. My goodness, this is way up here in, far northern, northeastern county of Texas. So that's what we have. Let's go to our volumetric scan, and we can see that's what we're looking at here on the echo tops. Definitely echo tops here up to almost 40,000 feet. So some very, very tall thunderstorms that we're seeing. There we go. So you can see that 3D right there. Over Liscombe in Liscombe County, Texas. So how's everybody doing today? So Magon, we're seeing some large hail approaching your area. We're looking at about a half an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch in diameter hail here based on a hail marker that we're getting on that storm right now. We're going to be waiting for more severe thunderstorm warnings to come out here throughout the live stream. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning at the very beginning of this severe weather event that is starting up right now. Our first and only severe thunderstorm warning right now in the northeastern Texas area. But while it's quiet now, let's look at the model data here and see what we're going to be looking at, especially over the northern portion of the United States, because this is the area that really concerns me when it comes to precipitation. So let's go to the 18Z. Let's go over, so that's the latest model run that we have right now. Yep, that's the latest model run. As we play this through, how's everybody doing? Please like the stream, everybody, if you haven't already. So as we play this through, we can see primarily here is going to be the area that we're really going to have to watch. And this is going to be in the next, based on this model run, probably behind by 1 or 2 runs. But you can see Galesburg here, Bloomington, getting some storms initiating here in the next hour or two. Morris in Illinois, getting some storms here. And then look at how these really blow up here. See how these storms here are discrete in nature all the way across Burlington. Yeah, Burlington in Iowa. Yeah, Burlington, Iowa, as well as Galesburg to the north, Davenport there in Iowa, stretching into Chicago. These are going to be the storms that ride that warm frontal boundary. We have a warm front anchored here. Let me see if I can get my pen. Yeah. So this is the area that we're really going to need to watch for storms right along this warm frontal boundary where we get southerly winds that advect that warmer air. So we got southerly winds that move that warmer air northward. And then we got cooler air out ahead of that warm front that's going to be doing this, okay? And so we get confluence, but also if any storm rides this warm front, even just briefly, we will see intense to violent tornado production along this boundary, okay? So if you are in the Morris area, Joliet, if you're in Crown Point, as well as in LaPorte, as well as South Bend, we're looking at some strong thunderstorms. And then eventually these will grow upscale into a linear line, QLCS, with embedded strong tornadoes perhaps within this line, as these storms move generally off towards the east at around 20 to 30 miles an hour eventually. And then the storms do taper off. So we're only looking at here pretty much a 2 to 4 hour window, potentially, actually a 2 to 6 hour window, potentially of strong to intense tornadoes up here across Illinois. And in fact, I wish this was local time. That would really help out a lot. But you can see in Chicago as well as down in the south here is where we have the strongest storms. And that's going to happen between about 5 o'clock tonight, 5 o'clock this evening, afternoon, all the way until about, like, say, 9 or 10 o'clock tonight across much of the northern Illinois, northern Indiana area. We don't have cameras here, but we do have cameras here instead out of Bloomington right now. Let's bring that up. So we have a Bloomington camera where we do have those convective clouds that are in place. You can see a live look out of Bloomington, Illinois, looking towards the west here, towards where those storms are going to be initiating from. And yeah, we got some convective skies here. Look how hazy the sky is as well, telling us the air mass is really moist and unstable at the surface right now. So yeah, you're feeling it out there. Dew points are in the mid to upper 50s, even lower 60s across the region. actually mid 60s in many areas here with those air temperatures that are already in the 70s, close to 80 degrees. So it's very warm, very moist, and unstable out there. And that's the energy that is going to be used to fuel these thunderstorms this afternoon and evening right before sunset. If we look at Dictator in Illinois right now, actually this is... yeah, Dictator in Illinois, not bad here. Just a few clouds, blue skies, nice to be out there until the storms march on in, then it won't be so nice. Here's another camera, same view, but a little higher up, and you can see pretty good skies there. Not so bad at all. Blue skies, maybe a few clouds, and that's about it. Blue water as well. Pretty to be out there to enjoy the outdoors before the storms do get in. And that's the only cameras we have there, but we have other cameras. Let's actually look out into, let's actually go to Snyder, Texas. We have to wait for the advertisement. Lovely advertisements. So here it is. Here comes the camera. And yeah, you can see lots of convective sky out there, more elevated cloud covered here, an indication that the air at the surface is rather dry here since we're getting westerly winds here. Somewhere along here is where the dry line actually is. There's a little bit of a boundary, and right along that boundary is where our storms are going to initiate. Really windy as well. You can definitely get an idea how windy it is just by those trees moving about in the wind. So yeah, warm, dry, and windy is what we're going with. It's right now about 80 degrees there at the very moment. Let's see with what we're seeing here. This is in Nauvoo Temple. This is in Illinois as well, right in that moderate enhanced risk. And you can see here some convective clouds right now. But boy, is it going to be a stormy night ahead. And it's 84 degrees there. 84 degrees, folks. It is warm. It is not cold at all. Yeah. Like, remember back in February or back in January? It was all cold. It was all cold. Single digits, right? Not so much anymore because of this severe weather setup that we're dealing with here. So this is what we got right now as we do take a look at our low-level winds. Definitely some low-level winds out there right now. 30 knots right now. So we got 30 knot low-level winds in place across much of Missouri into Arkansas, as well as Oklahoma into Texas. This is going to be the instigator. Okay, so let me actually bring up my epic pin here for this one. So right here, okay, where we have this nice good fetch of low-level winds, this is going to be advecting into the Illinois area. We have a warm front that is draped pretty much over here. And so once you get this south and southern or southwest and southerly wind south of the warm front, and you get this wind coming in from the westerly direction aloft, this is where you get a lot of spin and a lot of turning with height in the atmosphere. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center is extremely concerned for this area in particular that we are... Oh, wait, what? Why is it not on there? Meso discussions. Wait, what? Hold on. Sorry, you guys. I thought I literally had the scene up there. There we go. Now I have the scene up there. Sorry if you guys... Oh my gosh, I did my annotations without realizing. Sorry. So you can see right here, here's our low-level jet, 30 knots. Like I said, that's advecting into the Illinois, Indiana area. You got your warm front right in here. You got your surface low that is barricaded in here in the Iowa area. And so you can kind of think here, we're going to get winds that are slightly backed across parts of Illinois and Indiana here coming out of the southerly direction. And then right along that front is where if we get any supercell that rides the warm front and remains attached to the surface boundary, we are going to see intense to violent tornado production. Guaranteed here with the type of atmosphere that we're looking at here, okay? And in fact, if we click on a sounding or so you can see the climate map here. So you can see on this, it shows multiple strong tornado potential here. The sounding, very unstable atmosphere right here. And then when we look at the hodograph, latest hodograph as of 20 Zulu, you can see somewhat curved here, but this is going to get more curved with time. Right now, it doesn't look all that bad, but believe me, it's going to look yucky in the next few hours. And then when we go down here, you can see more photographs here. If we click on other areas, this one looks a little more curved. Go way back here towards Indiana, not so bad here right now at the moment, but we are definitely going to have to watch that. Now, when we look at let's go to our thermodynamic surface-based instability. Yeah, that is very, very significant. 3,500 joules of CAPE, folks, in the early part of March. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. You don't see this very often. Lots of instability here piled up across Missouri into Illinois. That's where we're seeing those convective clouds down here in southern Illinois, part of that instability, and that instability is rapidly increasing with northward extent along this stationary boundary. You can even see northwesterly winds or northeasterly winds wrapping all the way around where this low is, and the low is right tucked in here somewhere in the northwestern portion of Missouri. So that is going to be the area that we're really going to need to watch over the course of the next few hours here for significant storm initiation as confluence increases, upper level ascent approaches the area, and that's going to lead to that. Along to go with that, we have mid-level lapse rates that are not good either. These are really steep, anywhere between 7.5 to 8.5 Celsius per 1 kilometer along this boundary. So we have colder air aloft moving in, we have better instability, and that's what's creating the steep lapse rates as well, because of that elevated mixed layer air moving overhead. Let's see here what we got. Yeah, effective bulk shear. Let's look at the effective bulk shear. Oh yeah, this is pretty significant here. Already up to about 45 to 55 knots, possibly up to 60 knots here in the far northeastern corridor of Illinois. And this is going to be the area, like I said, that really needs to be watching closely for significant tornadoes, intense tornadoes, because of that shear that is in place. 0 to 1 kilometer bulk shear is also not really good either. That's pretty elevated. And the storm relative helicity as well, pretty high here, already up to 200 meters squared per second squared, including for parts of Indiana as well. That's where we have storm relative inflow relative to the storm motion. That really helps to sculpt these supercells, organize them, and produce tornadoes repeatedly. So that's what that is telling us right now. Let's see if we have any severe weather watches, which we do. So we're going to go over to this page from the Storm Prediction Center. So we do have, not that, right here, we have our 31st tornado watch that is issued by the Storm Prediction Center here. This includes, again, for Abilene, Texas, right in this box, San Angelo, as well as the Del Rio area under a tornado watch at this moment. There is a risk for strong to intense tornadoes, severe winds as well that are moderate, extreme winds perhaps moderate, and severe hail to extreme hail as well as both high. Mainly hail-driven tornado watch, but also, of course, tornado watch means tornadoes are looking very much possible within and close proximity to the watch. So that's what we're concerned about. And when we look at the probability of one or more strong tornadoes, EF2 to EF5, we're looking at a 40% chance for strong tornadoes in this area today. Okay, so from Abilene all the way into Junction, as well as San Angelo into Del Rio, there is a risk for strong tornadoes for sure under this environment. But the hail threat is going to be prolific. We are talking about softball size hail, and treat softball size hail as it could kill you, because it's this big, folks. Big hailstones falling out of the sky, ice chunks basically. You do not want to be caught in that. You do not want to be caught in that at all. So please heed the warning from the Storm Prediction Center on that. That's the only watch that we have right now out of Texas. We'll get another one, probably a PDS tornado watch out for the Illinois, for parts of Indiana in the next hour or two. Actually, in the next 4 minutes, they're probably going to be issuing another tornado watch in that area. So we'll bring that to you once we get that information. We do not have anything out yet as far as that. Any storm reports so far? Let's go to storm reports. We have nothing out yet. No storm reports out at the very moment yet. So we're very early into this event on the channel. So let's go back and look at with what we're dealing with right now. Okay, we have another severe thunderstorm warning out for... Yeah, we have another severe thunderstorm warning out for the I-10 corridor. This is in Sheffield right now, moving to the north here. Let's click on this, what this is for. Yeah, moving to the north at about 43 knots. So this is moving pretty darn quick, actually. Let's go to weather-wise on that one. And population 257 people are impacted by this. But, well, houses, that is. A max wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, and we are looking at... It's only warranted, max hail size up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So we are seeing some big hail, and it looks like we just got another one. Did we get it? Yep. Did we just get another one? Yep. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for the downstream environment. Damage threat is considerable. Now this is warranted for almost 2-inch hail, folks. This is pretty significant. Population, excuse me. Population here, 55, and wind gusts maxing out at 60 miles per hour. So we're looking at some damaging winds here for sure, but really a hail-driven threat here from the severe thunderstorm warning perspective. So on this storm right here is pretty strong right now. We're also watching this storm here. We're also up to 1-inch hail in diameter right here to the north of Shattuck at the moment. South of May, Fort Supply as well. We have hailstones up to 3/10 of an inch. Yep, so these storms are intensifying right here near Lacombe. And we just had a non-thunderstorm wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. So strong winds happening in western Texas. In Ward County. Oh gosh, yeah, look at this hail. Oh yeah, this storm right here is definitely increasing in intensity. Definitely a hail spike on that. Look at this. See the hail spike? That's an indication we got some big time hailstone on that. If we look at the echo tops on this storm too are very tall. Let's go to that. Yeah, 40,000 feet. That is very tall. Pretty intense right now. And you can see right here a storm that we're really watching. The storms down here are initiating first, and then we'll be looking towards Indiana in the next couple of hours. Now, this is the hail that will do a lot of damage, big time damage. You can see the hail core in that. Man, yeah, this is huge hail right here. Big time. So as we actually look at... So what I like to use too is I like to see what different hail sizes we're actually seeing right here. So let me do this really quickly. So, yeah, I'm setting up my hail parameter radar over here. So, yeah, definitely some big-time hail in that storm right there. You can see a nice good hail core in that supercell that is developing rapidly near the I-10 corridor in far southwestern Texas. Nice good hail core on that. High-end regular tornado warning, so they did not go PDS on that, really. All right, let's go to the Storm Prediction Center on that right now. on the storm on the watches. I am surprised. I'm really surprised they did not go high on that. Interesting. They did not go high on that watch. I thought they would go high because the moderate risk really wording was pretty bad. So there is a tornado watch. It's not PDS, which is good news, but it is still nonetheless a very hefty tornado warning or tornado watch that's issued. So we're looking at a few tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter likely. Scattered damaging winds and isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible, folks. The summary is here. Supercell thunderstorms should quickly develop this afternoon and evening while posing a threat for large to very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter. The tornado threat will likely increase through the evening hours with any supercell that can remain along and south of a surface boundary draped across southeast Iowa into north central Illinois and northwestern Indiana. A couple of strong to intense tornadoes appear possible. Scattered severe damaging winds will also be a possibility. So you can see it right here. And when we look at our probabilities, there is a 60% chance that there will be strong tornadoes, one or more strong EF2 plus tornadoes. That's a moderate 60% there on the probability outlook. And then, of course, a moderate risk for significant hail. High risk for significant hail, actually. And a moderate risk, a 30% for significant wind gusts greater than 65 miles an hour. So this is what we're really watching. This one actually looks a little bit more significant than the previous tornado watch down there in Texas. Both of these look equally as strong, but only this one has a high risk for multiple or numerous tornadoes, few of which will be strong to potentially intense here across the Peoria in Illinois. That's Tornado Watch 32. So we're now up to our 32nd tornado watch of the period. Okay. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning up there. Yes, we do. So we're going to go up there soon and look at that. But in Crockett County in Texas, that's where we have that 1-inch hail marker that is being noted here on Doppler radar. We also got rapidly developing storm here in Bronte in Texas, Blackwell, Texas right now at the moment. Let's go to our GR2 analysis. Forgot to switch that again into Tyler County. Abilene also on the lookout here. Those storms are headed right towards you. So we are getting storms that are initiating here in far western southwestern Texas. Got a decent supercell over here near Del Rio, Texas at the moment. Let's look at that one here briefly. See what this one actually looks like. And we're already up to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Things really got heated up quickly here. This is actually going to load. Oh, it's actually out. I forgot. The radar site down there is out, so we don't have that for you really well with quality. But I'll tell you, there is a strong storm right here near the Del Rio, Texas area that is producing some large hail. Let's actually go north into that storm that is in Illinois right now. Yeah, so this is a storm in El Paso. Hey, there's an El Paso in Illinois here. This is a storm that is producing 1-inch hail. Let's look at the storm itself. No rotation noted yet. This is going to be the area. These are going to be the storms that we're really going to need to watch closely because those storms are going to be the ones that do produce tornadoes, strong tornadoes. So LaSalle County, Ottawa, Seneca, as well as Mazon, Bryceville in Illinois. Storms are developing in that area right now, so if you have not gone into your storm shelter, please keep an eye on the sky and please have a way to receive alerts like here on my smartphone. Please, because I'll tell you what, this is the only way people will actually take shelter if they actually know that there's a tornado warning in your area or there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Hence, also, look at what I have here on the screen as well. I've got my little ticker bar here to tell you guys who's in the moderate risk and who is not. There's those cities there that are listed. But also, please share this live stream with your family and friends on social media, folks, because we're going to be live here for a couple of hours, probably a little longer, just depending on how this stream actually goes. I was hoping to get to the park today, but probably won't be able to do that today, and we'll probably do that tomorrow instead. Nice day here. It's 71 degrees outside. Great day to be outside before it gets into the mid to upper 80s next week in our area. Going to be an extremely unrelenting spring heat wave here for our area. But also, I want to thank you all for watching my El Nino video, my last few El Nino videos. Those have done quite well, actually. So thank you all for watching those and subscribing to the YouTube channel as well. Getting close. We're getting close, slowly but surely, to 100,000 subscribers here on the channel. So thank you all for supporting me along the way here. The moderate risk area still covers areas that are very populated. Oh yeah, for sure. Very populated area, in fact. Let me see if I could bring that on weather-wise here to see. Does it say how many people? Yes. So it does show the population here in the moderate risk. Yeah, moderate risk, 2 million people. 2 million people, folks, are under the gun there with that moderate risk. Then you got the enhanced risk, 15.6 million. So when you add that all up, tally it all up, you're looking at 17.6 million alone. And actually, let's do this. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's see how many people are impacted by this total. So we got 15.6 million plus 2.0 million. Let's see, 35.6 million plus 25.5 million. We have 78.7 million people. So basically 78,700,000 people are under some kind of severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Actually, that's houses, I believe. Maybe they're counting people, but if they're houses, we're looking at an estimated of over 100 plus million people that are under the gun here with severe weather today. So yeah, a very widespread day, stretching all the way from Texas all the way into parts of New York. Yeah, New York under the gun with this as well. Just a marginal risk there, but you can see any area that has a marginal risk is at risk for at least one or more severe weather hazards today. That's what this basically kind of tells us. But the moderate risk here does cover many areas here of Pekin as well as Bloomington. This includes for Morris all the way into Monticello as well as Valsburio, Crown Point under the gun as well. And because Chicago metro area is under the gun as well, I'm including parts of the Chicago metro area under that moderate risk as well. So definitely a very, very populated area to take into consideration here with severe weather today. Not a good day. Not a good day, especially tonight for storm chasers. I really hope you guys are going to be safe out there because I'll tell you what, this is looking like a very, very significant severe weather day for sure. Or severe weather evening. All right, so we are keeping an eye on, oh yeah, this storm right here really hogging right now. To the northeast of El Paso, we got significant decibels on that already. We've got, let's see what we have. We've got 70 decibels on this storm, 70 decibel return right now. So that is big hail producer right now. And we are starting to get some rotation on this storm already. You can see a little bit of modest rotation. Okay, so Flanagan, something like that. You definitely need to be in your storm shelter. That is a strong thunderstorm right now, developing very quickly here. Echo tops are blasting with this storm. In fact, echo tops are already up to about 45,000 feet with this storm. So this storm is going poof. It is blowing up right now. So that is a storm that has my attention for the potential of a tornado potentially down the line as it matures and moves towards, you guessed it, Chicago. This really has taken off in the last couple of radar scans. If we actually look at, this is going to be, so the KL or KILX radar site is the closest to this storm. Oh yeah, see, you can see right in here, definitely some bigger hail. Some bigger hail in that storm, man. That's pretty loud. It's the energy being reflected back to the radar. So higher. So for those that are watching, the higher the decibels, the more energy is being reflected back to the radar site. So the radar basically sends out beams of radio waves that hit the raindrops or hail. In this case, that energy is reflected back to the radar, and the radar determines that, oh wow, a lot of energy here. This could be large hail or very large raindrops. So that's basically what we're seeing here. It's not loud, to be honest. It is not noise, it's in decibels. How much energy is being bounced back to the radar. Yep, I saw the surface analysis. Yep. There's a stationary front over there across Illinois and parts of Indiana. I'm very aware of that. That's what we're looking at. There's a boundary right in here where these storms are developing right now. In fact, if we go to the satellite imagery, we could see that boundary right here. Let's actually go north. So you can clearly see there is your boundary. Look at how cool this is. You can see your boundary pretty much in here, because on the northern side, you got isentropic lift, so elevated instability. You got low-level cloud cover. Wouldn't even be surprised if this is some fog. And then you go down to the south, it's like, whoa, where did the fog go? You can literally see here, too, that boundary. Look at that boundary setting up here. And then this is where we have that supercell. So this is where we are going to need to really watch. Right in here, these storms right in here, about to interact with that stationary boundary. And if any storm interacts with that very efficiently, you will know it. We are going to see a strong tornado out of this. Out of this storm down to the south, since it is more interacting with better instability. Yeah, you can see that boundary right in here. Very, very sharp, very well illustrated here on the cloud cover. Right there. And then you get this northeasterly flow that's wrapping in on the backside. Look at that. So there's your instability that is in place. Now look at that boundary, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy. And actually, if we look at our station plots, it really makes perfect sense where that boundary is. Yeah, look how those temperatures really warmed up. To the south, man, temperatures are already in the mid-80s. Mid-80s over here in northern Missouri. Right where those storms are, or right where this cloud cover is. So that is what we're dealing with right now. But yeah, if any storm right here interacts with that warm frontal boundary and remains attached, you better watch out. These storms could spin up very fast. Very, very fast. And yeah, a intense tornado today, EF3 plus, is a big possibility. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm there. But while we're keeping an eye on that storm, let's see what we have going on in southern Texas right now. I don't think anything new here yet. Only one considerable warning at the moment. Yeah, nothing has changed with these storms. And nothing really. We're going to really watch them, though. Definitely some big hail producers over here in Blackwell. That's where we have higher echo tops of almost 45,000 feet. Just to the east of Blackwell, Bradshaw, moving into Buffalo Gap, View, Caps, as well as Blair, Merkill, Ty, Abilene, Impact, Holly as well. Downstream needs to be watching that. These storms are definitely developing in a hurry. Definitely developing in a hurry. Small triple point in Kansas. The whole dry line has a chance of a sustained supercell. If you look at the evolution near Chicago, you can see the Lake Breeze meso cold front. Oh, really? Let's actually go back up there and see that. But we're going to keep an eye on the storms here. Actually, let's see these storms really quickly. See what these are up to. These have intensified anymore. So Limpscomb, as well as May, Fort Supply, we got some strong thunderstorms there. We got some hailstones up to about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. So we do have quarter-size hail with some of these storms already. There's not much signs of rotation yet on these storms. Actually, maybe a little bit right here. Maybe some better confluence here and also here. So we'll have to watch to see if that gets tornado tagged eventually from this National Weather Service. So let's actually go over to K-Lot radar site. Yeah, you can see the boundary right here in Yorkville. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool to see. So we'll see what these storms actually do. These are starting to develop a little bit of kidney bean shape to them. Little bit of a kidney bean shape. So that is a little bit of a concerning trend that we're seeing on the Doppler radar. But this storm down here in Flaggen, that storm is really, really strong. That one has definitely big possibilities there of producing something pretty significant in the next hour or two. We're watching the rotation. We definitely do have some rotation here, rather broad in nature at 5,000 feet above the surface. So what we're going to look for is a lot of blues than reds on this side. That means rotation is increasing with that storm. And, it looks like it is strengthening. The mesocyclone is strengthening a little bit. So, Flanagan, please take shelter right now. That storm is showing signs of strengthening right now. We do have a little bit of rotation that is showing up a little more clear on these 1/2 degree tilt on radar. Going to need to really watch that. That has a very strong mesocyclone on it. Echo tops up to 45,000 feet. So the echo tops on this one are definitely big, are definitely high, and 1.5 inch hailstone or hail marker on that. So big time hail on that. So if any storm does try to spin up, it's going to be these two storms right here. This one's not severe warned yet for some reason, but this one right here down here where the severe thunderstorm warning is, that one definitely has my attention. Definitely has my attention. Yes, there's a slight risk for Reading, Pennsylvania tomorrow for severe thunderstorms. But I don't think I'll have time to do tomorrow's severe weather live stream just because I'm actually cleaning out someone's gutters tomorrow. Someone's gutters are disgusting. Lots of dirt and grime in it. So I'm actually going to be getting paid for that. So that's one of the offsite jobs that I'm going to have to do tomorrow. And so I will not be able to do any live streaming or perhaps any YouTube. I might be able to do YouTube in the early morning hours. We'll see about that. But I will be very busy in the afternoon tomorrow. So that's why I decided to do a live stream today for you guys, because tomorrow I'll be very busy. Okay, we got a new scan. Not on velocity yet. So no tornado tag on this yet. There is rotation, though, increasing on that, though. So we're going to need to watch that. Going into Cornell. Going into Cornell. Oh, yes. Rotation is definitely picking up on that. Definitely picking up. We do have some rotation. They're probably going to tornado warn this pretty darn soon. Pretty darn soon. What's up, Cloudy Jesse? How are you doing? So Cornell, Pontiac. Definitely need to be watching this storm. There's definitely rotation. Maybe range folding a little bit. I'm going to double check on that actually to see if it is or not. Oh, no, that's not range folding at all. Wow. Dang, there is lots of rotation on this. Negative 64, touching 10. Touching 10 on this. There is definitely rotation on that. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be a storm that's going to have a tornado warning here on it very soon. Very soon. Probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes. There'll be a tornado warning on that. I'm calling it right now, probably more than likely. So what we're looking at here is we are looking at rotation. So our velocities are moving toward the radar here. That's the brighter blue and green colors right here. So you can see inflow or forward flank flow here, and then you got weaker winds here coming from pretty much the same direction, but they're very weak. They're not very strong at all. So we are getting relative rotation here near the Flaggen area in Illinois. This is now crossing over 116, moving into State Route 13 in a little bit here. We're going to be watching this storm right here. This is strengthening. This is strengthening right now. I am surprised there is no tornado tag on this. I'm very surprised there's no tornado tag. We're going to wait, though, to see if that gets tornado tagged or a tornado warning on it. But I'm very, very sure it's going to earn its reputation here very soon. The other storm to the north is not doing anything significant right now as far as rotation as it crosses over I-80. We actually go over to our reflectivity. You can see that storm right there. Let's see what the 66 decibels. That's pretty high at the moment in that area. So definitely some big hail on that storm, quarter size. But this storm, man, this is yucky. 67 decibels. Yeah, I got 70 decibels. Man, that is big time. That's a big storm right there. I bet you it's going to get tornado warned here very, very soon. Very soon. David, Lava Command has a lot of hail reports. I don't think we have a lot of hail reports. Yeah, we do not have any hail reports right now. I'm not getting anything from the Storm Prediction Center at the moment. Yeah, there's no hail reports received at the moment. There's nothing being received from the Storm Prediction Center yet. How's everyone's day going? This storm is it's intensifying. This is going to go. This is going to go for it. I think this is going to be the storm right here. We're waiting for a new scan to come in from the K-Lot radar site to see indeed if we have rotation strengthening on that. I'm pretty certain we do. Oh, we do got 2 hail reports. No, okay. You were right. You were right. Medina, you were right. Yeah, 2. Yeah, 2 hail reports on that storm. And near the intersection of 1800 north and 3100 east. So yeah, so we do got hail report. Our first 2 hail reports of this severe weather event. So yeah, this is almost producing 2-inch hail. Oh my gosh. Big hail on this one. This just updated. No, it didn't. Not yet. Should get a new update. Okay, looks like it might be developing a new mesocyclone, perhaps. So it looked like something was about to go off, but it looks like a new area of rotation is jumping eastward. Right here along the 116. Yeah, definitely. So Greymont, right now, it's moving over Greymont at the moment. Just very light winds. Very light winds in that area. Not seeing any reds yet. No solid reds. But that's going to be the storm to have a tornado warning here on it very soon. It's an environment in the tornado watch warranted for that. Yeah, a lava command. I got that. Yes. I'm very aware that we did get hail report there. Yeah, I have a mouse over and it says quarter-size hail reported in Flangen, relayed via broadcaster media. So that's a storm that we're really going to need to watch. Bet you that's going to get tornado warned here very soon. Very soon. Now, since we updated that, let's go back southward into Texas area. And let's see what we got. Oh, man, this storm right here. You got some 2-inch hail on that storm already. Definitely anticyclonic rotation on that. Crazy. Really strong burst of wind right here coming through. Weaker winds here. So in relative sense, we are getting a little bit of anticyclonic rotation, a little bit of cyclonic here. Looks to be a somewhat splitting supercell. Semi-splitting. Actually, might be splitting a little bit. Golly word, these echo tops, yeah. These echo tops, 50,000 feet. So these are exploding. These are exploding storms right here. Oh, yeah. Man, look at the hail in that storm. Boy, oh boy. So yeah, that purple, that is a big hail core in that storm right there. This is near. This is happening near the Buffalo Gap area of Texas. Very, very big supercell going on. And we do have 71 decibels on that. 71 decibels. So that is very big reflectivity on that. No hail spike on that storm yet. But that is one trooper supercell right there. Strong supercell. New scan on the Abilene storm. That's the one that I'm looking at. Yeah, that's the storm that I'm looking at here. Moving into Abilene. So we're going to need to watch this. See if the hail gets larger. But so far, just hail producer storms down here. Maybe some wind damage as well with that. So Lipscomb, right now, we got 3/4 of an inch of hail on that storm. Fort Supply, May, Buffalo in Oklahoma, got some decent storms there. These echo tops over here are not as high as the ones to the south, but there are some severe thunderstorm warnings with those. See, this one doesn't have a whole lot of rain with it, so a dry thunderstorm happening in DeMoss, as well as Cactus, including Sunray in Texas. Dry thunderstorm there, maybe a little bit of precipitation. But otherwise, storms down here and downstream is going to be more intense. Let's go to the K-Lot storm. Can't take my eyes off of that one. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, that one's rotating. That's getting sharper rotation on it. Ooh, is it? Oh, there's no debris on that. Okay, I thought there was debris for a second. This storm, dude, I swear, I'm not kidding. It's going to get tornado warned. It's going to get tornado warned here very soon. So right along the I-55 corridor, man, if you are driving into this, you better think twice because the rotation on this is strengthening a little bit more. So what we're looking at here is velocity. The velocity couplet here in Illinois or along the I-55 corridor near Rocks Creek. The green, blue colors here indicate inflow winds, inbound winds here. Okay, velocity is going toward the radar. Then you get this darker green and at times neutral red colors indicate velocity is moving away from the radar. So this is where we are seeing broad mesocyclone rotation happening right here, right where we have this area of rotation. And I think we have a new mesoscale discussion. Okay, we'll be looking at that one here in just a second. But there is a tornado, there is a potential tornado developing on this. We're going to really need to watch this very closely, moving along the I-55 corridor, moving into a very populated area as well. Now we can see here clearly this storm is on the colder side because you can see gravity waves happening. So this supercell here isn't going to do much. It's not going to do much just because it's on to the cold side. The lake breeze is disrupting it a little bit, But this storm down here to the south has pretty good rear inflow air that is really unstable and moist. So this is going to be the storm right here that is going to need to be watched for a tornado. I am surprised they have not went tornado tag on this. Really surprised. Thank you, Lava Command, for sending that in. I'm aware. So meso discussion also for significant hail in northern Texas and most of Oklahoma. Let's read this one out really quickly. Since Tristan tried to get my attention on that one, or Lava Command. So probability of watch assurance on that meso discussion over Oklahoma City. Scattered severe storms are expected to form over the next few hours from western North Texas into Oklahoma. Large damaging hail, destructive winds, and tornadoes will be all possible. Discussion. Visible satellite imagery across the region clearly shows a uncapped and very unstable air mass from much of Oklahoma to Texas and along east of the dry line. Dew points have held into the mid to upper 60s, results into over 2,500 joules per kilogram of mixed layer CAPE. Wind profiles are very favorable for supercells, with 50 knot effective bulk shear orientated favorability to the dry line, and storm relative inflow air is expected to increase this evening, enhancing supercell and tornado risk. Given long photographs with nearly 100 knots in the upper levels, steep lapse rates, and ample moisture, very large destructive hail will be possible. A strong tornado may occur as well, especially with this evening and before convective merges into a possible severe MCS. So we're going to need to really watch that. Again, central southern Oklahoma, northern Texas, near the DFW area needs to be watching. All right, strong tornadoes, very significant severe hailstones, up to 3 inches in diameter, or even greater than that, are also a possibility. But yeah, we're going to need to watch that very closely. And there's another meso discussion up here. Isolated severe threat, short term, increasing later this evening. Really not meant for strong winds and damaging hail, but there will be some severe hail nonetheless. Probability of watch assurance here is a 60% at the moment. So that's for the northwestern portion of Oklahoma, Woodward, as well as Elva. Boy, that rotation is increasing on this storm. This storm near Pontiac. Yeah, Pontiac it is. Pontiac in Illinois. Along the I-55 corridor, we are now beginning to see some reds show up on radar. That means there is rotation that is increasing on that storm. There was 2 tornadoes from the last system in Alabama. Yeah, sadly, I did not make that live stream just because I was really busy with stuff and getting over what is left with my you-know-what that I had back in February. So I'm doing a lot better today, though. So Pontiac, that's where we have that supercell right now. Okay, we just got a new update. Still some rotation on that. We will see with what they do with that storm, though. We're going to need to really watch if they're going to issue a tornado warning on it. Looks like it's a little bit wonky looking now. It doesn't look as interesting as it did earlier, but it does still have pretty intense reflectivities, but the structure is still there. Oh yeah, the mesocyclone is definitely there. Actually, no, this thing has not weakened at all. Never mind. This has a very strong mesocyclone on it. Very, very strong mesocyclone over Pontiac right now. It is just not drilling down to the surface just yet. But man, is that close. Very close of doing so. Yeah, that storm, they might be going tornado warning on that. I swear, 50,000 foot echo tops on that storm, dude. That is a very intense storm right now. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you can see the structure on that. That is definitely warranted for a tornado warning here soon. Oh, they were both unwarned. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm really watching that very closely in Pontiac. That storm. Big hail on that one. Big hail producer. Let's see how the weather is. Thank you, Marilee, for the $5 donation, sweetheart. I do appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for being here and doing an outstanding job. Thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome. I'm definitely a lot more motivated than I was when I tracked that winter storm for the Northeast. Remember that big nor'easter? Man, I was not motivated for that very much. I'm a lot more motivated these days, which is great. Definitely doing a lot better than I did 3 weeks ago. But still have some anxiety left in my system that comes and goes. It comes in waves. But yeah, there's your front right there. There's your colder air moving in. Can see that front. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty darn cool. You know what? There might be... Wow. I hope that is not... I hope that's a glitch on the radar. That is some tight rotation if that is indeed something. On the... Just to the northwest of Pontiac, there is a blip of red touching green. Hopefully that's a glitch, because if that's not a glitch, that could be a tornado. That could be a brief spin up. Oh no, that might be a tornado actually, just because of what we're seeing. Yeah, that has to be a tornado. Oh yeah, that has to be something developing. Why are they not going tornado warned on this? Literally. They're literally not going tornado warned. Right along the I-55 corridor where we do have red touching green, that is where we do have right now that tornado potentially. I just have a hunch they're going to go for it. They're going to go for one very soon here, within the next few minutes at least. Thank you so much, the R result. By the way, I want your guys' honest opinions. Cloudy Jesse, you were there for that nor'easter for the Northeast a few weeks ago. How do I honestly sound compared to a few weeks ago? I need you, no biased opinion here. I want you to be real and honest with me, okay? How do I sound today compared to a few weeks ago? Because I was like in the peak of my episodic thing that I was going through. I'm still having a hard time staying asleep, though. I wake up at least 2 or 3 times a night. I catch myself waking up a couple of times a night. And that's why I want to get to the park today, too. I'm hoping to get there if someone can cover for me, because that way I can burn some energy. You seem much calmer today. Really? I seem okay. See if you're right. Let's see if my heart rate is actually low. It was like 105 to 115 during that event. Yeah, my heart rate's pretty good here. Actually, it's about 98 on average right now. It's not bad. Dude, we got a tornado, man. I don't see why are they not issuing a tornado warning on this. Okay, so okay, no, they did put a tornado possible tag on it. They did put a tornado possible tag on that storm. 2-inch hail. We're looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that storm is capable of... and we got a tornado warning. We have a tornado warning, folks, right now. I called it. I called it in Pontiac area. We have a tornado developing right now. Quickly, this could be a strong tornado. Getting ready to drop at the moment to the north of Pontiac right now in Illinois. Yeah, radar indicated rotation at the moment. This could be in the early stages of making ground contact. So we do have a tornado warning and golf ball size hail near Pontiac in the Illinois area. This is for northeastern Livingston County in central Illinois right now. This supercell took a hard right turn, a hard right turn. This is bad. This is not what we want to see for supercells, because when they take a hard right turn like that, they're moving against the southerly and southwesterly flow, meaning that this storm is now in an environment that can produce an intense tornado. So we need to be watching this storm very closely right now. Look at these velocities right here. This is very tight rotation. In fact, you know what? We might have debris. No debris yet. Golly word. Yeah, this is going to be a strong tornado. This is going to be a strong tornado on the ground. This is going to be something really big right now. Ethan, you want to join the live stream? We are witnessing a strong tornado possibly getting ready to make ground contact here in the next 15 to 30 minutes or sooner in Livingston County right now. This storm blew up very quickly. And you can see how it took that right turn. Literally made a hard right turn. Hard right turn. So that is not what we want to see. And look at the mesocyclone on that. Serious mesocyclone. That is a very strong mesocyclone on this. Wow, this thing is nasty. This is well on its way. Yeah, we have 50,000 foot echo tops. There is no doubt in my mind that this is going to become our first confirmed tornado warning in the next little while here. Good hail signature on that too, on the northern side. Oh, we have confirmation. Is it on the ground? I don't think it's on the ground yet, but it's about to be. We're waiting for future scans from Doppler radar. Hey, I sent you a message, Ethan, in your DMs and on Discord, so please answer that, please, if you can. Man, that hook developed very quickly on that. That's a very classic supercell structure, actually. Quite beautiful to see. Not beautiful if you're downstream of this, but beautiful from a radar perspective. Oh, we might be seeing some rotation on this Lisbon storm, moving towards the southwest of Chicago metro area. That might be a storm we are going to need to monitor, but I don't think it's going to develop because it's moving into the cold sector. Golly word, this is going to be bad. This is wrapping up. This is wrapping up. This is wrapping up, dude. This is nasty. I swear we're going to get a tornado on this. Hey, Ethan, how are you? Hello? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Wow, 2-inch hail marker on this storm now. 2-inch hail marker. That is a big hail. So, yeah, if you're downstream, Emmington, if you're in Campus, Cabaret, downstream, please take shelter. Odell, please take shelter. This is a tornado rapidly developing right now. Yeah, look at that rotation. Wow, that rotation. That RFD, man. I cannot hear you. Okay. I'll hold on. So yeah, downstream. Okay, we have a tornado on the ground now. We have a tornado on the ground right now, just reported north of Pontiac. We have a confirmation from public reports of a funnel cloud. So this could be very close of touching, making ground contact. Very close of making ground contact. So yeah, we now have a funnel cloud report out of just north of Pontiac. All right, Ethan, take your time, bud. Let's go down to the south really quickly. There's a considerable or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what that's warranted for. Then we'll get right back onto the tornado warning. Oh, gosh. It's that storm. Wait, it's not what I thought it was. It's not the Abilene storm. Oh, man. 4-inch hail marker on that. Jeez. Oh, yeah, that is big hail. Big hail on that storm. Dang, that is huge. So, yeah, man, if you're in Clyde, if you're in Elmsdale, please take shelter immediately. Destructive hail on this storm. Okay, the Del Rio storm just went severe destructive. The KDFX radar is not working at the moment, so But that too has 3-inch hail marker on it. That is big, and echo tops on that are 51,000 feet. Big time echo tops on that storm in Lakeview. Lakeview in Texas, moving towards Rock Springs, Edwards right now. Azuna, getting also a severe thunderstorm warning there. But man, this Del Rio storm, almost 3-inch hail on that. And golly, the reflectivities on that. 75 decibels. 75 decibels. Man, that's big. Big time reflectivity there. Decibels as in energy return to the radar. Not noise. There's no noise. The storms do make noise with their thunder boomers, but not in the way people think in terms of precipitation. Oh yeah, this storm has 55,000 foot echo top. So this storm right here is exploding. This storm right here near Abilene is going cuckoo. It's going out of control right now. So that's a storm that we're watching right now at the moment. So if you're downstream, Clyde, Baird, if you're in Albany, please take shelter downstream. We are looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We're looking at very large hail, possibly 3 to 4 inches in diameter. What's up, United Weather? How are you doing? Yeah, you're back. Hey, Ethan. You're muted. Okay, there might be a setting where you're muted somewhere on Discord, Ethan. Okay, we just got a 3-inch hail report out of Buffalo Gap. So yeah, this storm is no joke at all. So we are getting 3-inch hail report on that storm, almost 3 inches in diameter. Downstream into Baird, moving into Abilene right now, getting some large hail. Let's go take a look at that Illinois tornado warning. See what that storm is up to right now. Oh, that is tight rotation. It is not confirmed. Oh no, it's got to be confirmed. Okay, brief tornado touchdown reported north of Pontiac. Yep, it's on the ground. There's a tornado on the ground now, south of Odell right now, Emmington campus in Illinois right now. Please take shelter. There is a tornado on the ground right now. I know the warning says radar indicated rotation, but I rest assured there is a tornado on the ground based on storm spotters, and that rotation is very strong rotation at the surface right now. Actually, might even see some violent rotation with that. Yeah, we have 64 touching 50. Oh yeah, that is strong rotation. Yeah, that is on the ground. That's got to be on the ground. Really, after the update, they're still not putting a tornado warning on this. 2 minutes ago after the update, I don't know why. They're literally, storm spotter confirmed the tornado. Literally north of Pontiac in Illinois. Brief tornado touchdown reported north of Pontiac by Storm Chaser. So, I don't know what the deal with that is. We're almost up to 2-inch hail on that storm. So campus, Dwight, downstream, please take shelter. Yeah, this has 50,000 foot echo tops. Man, this storm is blowing its bucket out. Oh, yeah. This is a strong storm right here. You can clearly tell. All right, so you're still trying to get Discord to work, Ethan? Yeah, big hail structure on this thing. And then once Ethan gets on, he can tell his science and story about this supercell. What are we dealing with here? I'm loading in the other browser to see if that helps. Should be a few minutes. All right. Sounds good. And it booted me out. Darn it. So, big hail on this one, and we did get a tornado report. So, really going to watch that storm. The northern storm is not going to do anything. It's already it's right on that cold boundary. It's actually on the cold side. Yeah, it already moved off the boundary. It already did, so it's not going to do anything. Boy, this is holding for dear life, though. This supercell right here, we're really going to need to watch this one. We got another storm down here on the satellite imagery, mesosatellite imagery that is beginning to pop. Yeah, so we got a storm. Yeah, we got a storm right here in Illinois. Yeah, look at that storm. Did a whole right turn. Man, it is going all along the boundary. That's going to be a storm to really watch right there. The one that has the tornado warned on it. And then more storms additionally forming down upstream here into the central Illinois area that could become supercellular. Hey, Ethan. Welcome back. If you're trying to talk, I can... Oh.
Hello. Hear me now?
I can hear you, yes!
Okay, finally, yeah. Having problems with the other technology, so at the moment I'm just on my cell phone here, just to, keep up with what's happening.
Yeah, Ethan, dude, this supercell in Illinois really popped off.
Yes, it did. We had a really rough situation with how things were coming together. That lake breeze boundary that came off Lake Michigan was a really big fly in the ointment to see how things were going to set up, how things were going to progress exactly. As it turns out, that kind of stalled out a little bit, and we got this storm that was headed up toward that cooler air, which would have made it elevated. But it did, as we see a lot of these mature supercells do, it split into a left mover and a right mover. The right mover became dominant, and now it's moving off toward the east, ingesting that warm, moist inflow, so it did not become elevated, and therefore it does pose this tornado threat that we're seeing.
Wait, so that actually did split that whole time. Man, I must have been a little late to the chase on that storm. Wow, so they did split.
Yes, it did. The reflectivity core in the left split wasn't particularly pronounced, so it's something that, not a lot of people probably notice. Sometimes they produce big hail. This one didn't. But what became more significant was the right moving deviation of the main supercell we're looking at now.
And if we go and look at satellite Ethan on the mesosector, which is great to see. As we go back in time, you can see how that supercell, the one that popped off first, was going almost due north, and then once it got tall enough, it just hit something. Now it's going more east.
Yeah, absolutely. These supercells in the northern hemisphere have that dynamic where once they get mature enough, oftentimes we see a split, especially in a more linear shear profile. They often have a split, and in a linear shear profile, they become relatively equal strength, all else the same. But in a cyclonically curved wind shear profile, like what we have this evening, the right mover becomes dominant very quickly, and oftentimes, as we're seeing here, poses a more substantial tornado risk.
Yeah. Man, that is a strong supercell. Boy, 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 it is not far towards where that stationary boundary is, though. That's very close. That is very close.
It
Actually,
is, and I'm sorry.
actually, it might be falling apart a little bit. I don't know, Ethan, based on radar. And okay, as I was just talking about that, we got a storm report from public of 4 inches grapefruit size hail from that storm.
Oh my gosh, wow. That is substantial hail.
Yeah. And Echo Tops 52,000 feet on that.
Yeah, it blew up very quickly. And fortunately, I have the perspective here. A lot of my friends are storm chasers, and they're actually on this storm right now. So I've been looking at their reports to see what they're seeing. They did confirm that tornado just a little bit ago, and there are suggestions that it's cycling at the moment. The problem becomes if it gets a little too far north, it might start to ingest some of the cooler air again. But Kankakee, Illinois did warm up, so it seems like they're on the warm side of the boundary again.
Oh, Kankakee? Oh, okay. Perfect. So we're really going to need to watch this storm very closely as it moves continuously pretty much towards Kankakee right now in Illinois. But in the meantime, Lava Command is saying that there is the whole dry line is breaking now in Texas. So let's go back to Texas.
A severe thunderstorm warnings down there.
There's still a destructive one for 2-inch hailstones. Ooh. Yep, we got 2-inch hailstones. Oh, we got, is that thunderstorm wind gust? Wow, 75 mile an hour thunderstorm wind gust in Del Rio.
We're focused a lot on the northern mode with this severe weather event, but the southern mode is going to be very impactful too. Lots of big hail. In fact, I'm sure as David has noted, some of the highest hail probabilities that we've seen uh, with the conditional intensity group now. That's in place in Texas primarily.
Yeah. Oh my heavens. On the Del Rio storm, we got echo tops of almost 60,000 feet. Whew, that is blowing.
Yeah, that is an unstable environment down there.
Wow. Dang. So yeah, we're gonna watch these storms in Texas. Let's go to Oklahoma. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings there. That's what we're seeing. Oh yeah. So got 2-inch hailstone on that, and our rotation on that is pretty good. Not really good on that. Echo Tops also 43,000 feet near Freedom, Camp Houston in Oklahoma. So this is westernish, near the panhandle there of Oklahoma, Harper County, as well as into near Woods County. We are seeing that storm. 1 3/4 inch hail on that storm. So we've got some big, large stones coming down with that. But wow, the one in Illinois is what we're really watching for a while here. That's the big one. That's the gravitation of the attention grabbing at this time for this storm. It looks like it is weakening a little bit. Interestingly, did that mesocyclone really just... Dude, the mesocyclone is collapsing on this.
It's lost some of its concentrated low-level rotation at the moment, but it could recycle because we do have a dynamic environment that this is located in. Like I said, some of my storm chaser friends are on it. they're monitoring to see how things progress in the next several minutes to see if it does recycle. But just as a further note, you said there was a 4-inch hail report on that.
Yes, there
This
was a.
storm did briefly. Yeah, this storm did briefly have a 3-body scatter spike.
Ooh, wow. Dang. That is crazy. Oh. And echo tops on that, though, are immense still. 55,000 feet on that. Man, that is big time updraft.
Yes, indeed. I'm seeing some of the storm chasers reporting a horseshoe on the backside, which a horseshoe is just referring to the rear flank downdraft on this storm. That means the mesocyclone is still present to some degree, and if we get that rear flank downdraft to intensify again, we could recycle and pose a continuing tornado risk downstream. If it does, places like Kankakee, Herscher, Otto, Irwin, you're going to need to be on the lookout because this storm has produced at least one tornado so far, confirmed by several storm chasers.
And 4 hail reports on it.
Oh, yes, that too.
So what are your thoughts now going forward tonight, Ethan? This moderate risk, the SPC, I was not expecting a moderate risk, but they actually pulled one. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going live on this now. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this event did not develop as initially expected. We were going to have several, tornadic supercells in northeastern Illinois, northwest Indiana, and we do still have that tornado risk. What I think is going to be happening here is that this storm that we have to the west of Kankakee is the dominant supercell of the evening, unless we get something developed to the south or to the west. Because that storm right there is the only one that I can see based on satellite imagery that seems to be bubbling up at this point in that vicinity. Anything to the north of that storm, like the one that's hitting Joliet and south of Aurora, Illinois, that's an elevated storm. That's not going to pose much of a tornado risk. That's a hail threat primarily. So, what I suspect is that with this current storm, unless it gets too much cold air from that boundary, it's going to continue off to the east, pose a tornado threat in the short term in Illinois. On the Indiana side of things, areas near Morocco, Rensselaer, Roselawn, you need to look out for this. And then to the west, as we head a little bit closer to the surface low, we're probably going to see some storms fire up this evening across northwestern Illinois and areas around there. That's going to progress off to the east with a continuing tornado and large hail threat. Wind damage is probably going to become a bigger concern as we head later into the evening. So after, say, 10 or 11 p.m., we're probably going to start to see clustering occur, and the wind damage is going to pick up more substantially.
Okay. So good news, hopefully hopefully this is the worst of the tornado threat that we're seeing. Doesn't mean we're done with this at all. We're just getting started. And as I was saying that, we might be getting another attempt. Yeah, that rotation really picked up fast over Emmington. Yeah, there's a mesocyclone on that, and that's a pretty good mesocyclone. So this could be recycling again. It looks like it is. So we're going to need to watch that really closely. But yeah, that storm moving into Lockport, Lily Cache, and Plainfield in the metro area of Chicago, that's on the cold side. I'm not worried about that storm anymore, but that will be a big hail producer still. This storm in Morris also does pose mainly a hail threat since that's moving into the cold side already. So really the only dominant supercell that we're watching right now is this one south of the boundary in Campus, Emmington in Illinois, moving into Cabaret, Union Hill, Reddick, Herscher, as well as the Kankakee area. Limestone needs to be watching out on this. We do got 1.6 inch hail marker on that, so big time hail. Or we're gonna see hangs on to its dear life. It's It's hanging on right along that boundary, though. It's riding along. It looks like another hook is beginning to form again rapidly. Might be. Oh man, Ethan. Yeah, wow, that mesocyclone. Yeah, if you look at my stream on tilt 1.8 degrees, yeah, look at the mesocyclone on that.
To that, yeah, definitely. And I'm seeing some indications that it could be organizing again as a whole.
Yeah, I think it's gonna make another attempt. It's gonna make another attempt. Boy, if I'm not saying that this is gonna bust, but boy, today would be a good day for it to bust. Because man, 3 or EF3 plus tornadoes potentially. Wow, that is bad. That is considerable.
And sadly, we have some recent experiences with EF3 tornadoes in Michigan on Friday, I believe it was. That significant tornado near a warm front, that was a really destructive situation, unfortunately deadly as well. And then into Oklahoma even, we had a destructive EF3 tornado occur also. So those tornadoes, they do cause a lot of damage. That's why we're hoping that this storm doesn't quite get as organized as what it could be.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Okay, new scan came in. Wow, I'm impressed. The rotation at the surface is not really as much evident, nor the mesoscale kind of.
I am noting some of my friends are reporting the inflow is really picking up into it, so.
Okay. Alrighty then. Sweet. Keep me updated real time on that, Ethan, so that way we can get a kind of a glimpse. Because I only got radar to my disposal on this one. Oh, we got storms firing up upstream into Lostant, into Tonka, LaSalle County in Illinois. Ooh. That. Ethan, there's a bounded weak echo region in this storm. Oh, wow. Yeah. Very pronounced at 5-degree tilt at like 23,000 feet. There is a very well-defined bounded weak echo region. Beware on that.
Indeed. And the fact that the forward flank is as sharp of a gradient as it is means that we do have a healthy supercell, at least to some extent. Definitely healthy in the hail production sense of things. We still got 2-inch hail possible on it. And if it ramps up the low-level rotation further, then we could see that tornado risk again in a very short span of time.
Yeah. We're going to really watch this storm closely. Very closely. So, Emmington right now needs to be watching this very closely right now. You're getting the tornado near your area right now. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Calgary in Illinois, Beckingham, Union Hill, Irwin, Limestone, as well as Kankakee. Please take shelter. Downstream, this is going to be a long tracker supercell.
Oh, could be. And the towns you noted, absolutely. Areas around and north of Clifton as a whole, definitely. You want to be ready to seek shelter. This warning, in some capacity, severe thunderstorm or otherwise, is probably going to have to be extended here pretty shortly.
Yeah. Also, nice 10K said, I wonder what made the SPC go with a moderate risk. Seems like enhance is enough to cover this. Well, at the beginning, I think a moderate risk was definitely in a way warranted. When I saw their discussion this morning, it was like they were calling for strong to intense tornadoes. I'm like, whoa, they're going to probably go moderate. And they actually did. So, and the thing is, dealing with a lake sea breeze front makes things really difficult in a way to predict.
Absolutely, yeah. This environment, as David noted, they were already talking about strong tornadoes this morning, and it seemed like yesterday we were headed toward that SIG 2 category, which is them saying there's potential for an EF3 plus tornado. And it ended up meeting that outlook category. But the thing is, like David mentioned, the lake breeze was a really big factor in determining where this was going to set up. Initially, short range guidance had it a little bit further north, closer to the lake, and it ended up pushing further south than a lot of people expected. So that really modulated how this, progressed. If it had not gone further south, that storm up by Morris wouldn't. It might not be a left split. We might have had a supercell up there, maybe one to the south as well, that could have had a tornado risk. But the thing is, this lake breeze had some cool air that helped to stabilize the air mass to the north. It has stalled out now, and it's mainly to the south of that, which is cutting into a lot of the risk area that we have that tornado potential. So, you know, the lake breeze progressing further south than expected, that was a really big limiting factor, or a really big question mark, I should say. One of the many moving parts in this situation that made predictability difficult.
Yeah. Hey, David, I did not know you were live. I was watching scenes from the movie Top Gun Maverick. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Hey, I'm live now. But the way this is going, not saying I don't want to be here live, but and I gotta charge my watch. But I would like to get to the park for a little bit today. Probably will do that at around 4:30 instead of 4 o'clock. I'm gonna monitor the situation here for another hour and see what we get out of this, at least to the north. Monitoring the stuff down to the south. That's why hopefully I was gonna have some help. Ethan, you're a good help though, but like easy peasy on stream, but he's busy and stuff, which I understand. But I'll be here for another hour or two. At least I covered a bit of severe weather today. Not that I'm not motivated, it's just that, maybe I won't go to the park today. I'll think about it. I'll see how I feel. I feel pretty good though right now.
I'm going to disconnect for a minute and try to reconnect on the browser. So let's see if this works.
Yay! Let's see. Yeah, it has that kidney bean shape again, so we're going to need to watch. Please work. Please work.
Test, test. Can you hear me?
Yes, it works.
Okay, good. Finally.
Yay. Yay. All right, I'll be right back, Ethan, since you're on. Do a little bit of talking about these storms that we're dealing with today. I need to charge my watch. It's down to like 14%.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right.
Okay, everyone, good evening. If you are here new to the stream, then, give David a like and subscribe to the channel. He's done a lot of extensive coverage of a lot of different weather events over the years. Right now, we're tracking a moderate risk severe weather event, primarily over northern Illinois, northwest Indiana. We've got a tornadic supercell near the Emmington, Illinois area, has produced one tornado recently. At the moment, it is still an intense storm. We've got a lot of reflectivity, which means there's a lot of hail in this. But the tornado threat isn't quite as pronounced at the moment. Here's the thing. We have a really dynamic environment. We've got this Lake breeze boundary, which has become stationary, maybe lifted a bit north again. That could provide some vorticity, which is spin in the atmosphere. Got a lot of instability. At my location, it's 70 degrees with a dew point of 67. You can imagine what it's like in Illinois. Large cape over there, a lot of instability for these updrafts to go up in. And with all that considered, the continuing tornado risk that's probably going to be persisting from Kankakee, Illinois, to the Clifton area, and then points off to the east of there. Head into Indiana, Morocco, Rensselaer, Roselawn. Need to watch out for this storm in the coming hours because it has produced one tornado, and really, at the moment, this seems to be our best shot at getting tornadic storms. And that mesocyclone is still going pretty strong in that storm. It is now off to the east of the Emmington area, south of Campus, Illinois, and gonna be, let me make a little track here on my, I've got a personal radar I'm working with, 10 miles away from the Herscher, Illinois area. So that's going to be moving off to the east. Big hail threat. David just mentioned we had a 4-inch diameter hail report on this recently. So it is definitely pumping out the hail. And definitely, I would say a tornado risk is going to be on the table here as long as this remains south of that boundary, which it is at the moment. Underwent the situation where we had a left split and a right split. As we often see in the northern hemisphere of these storms, the right split became dominant, and it moved further off to the east instead of to the north. Easterly track of the storm means that it has better potential to ingest that warm, moist inflow off to the south. That tornado watch persisting until midnight over parts of northern Illinois, the northwestern corner of Indiana. This has some fairly high probabilities. We're talking about a moderate chance of strong tornadoes. It's reasonable because we've got a very unstable environment like I was just mentioning. A lot of spin, we've got a lot of moisture, we've got lifting that has generated this supercell, and the lifting isn't so strong that we're getting a lot of, clustering of storms, like we get a squall line. No, this is discrete, or this is weak enough to where we're getting a more discrete storm mode. And so that's the primary thing that we're looking at right now is that storm to the south of Chicago. Have some of my storm chasing friends that are on it, and just looking at some of their updates now. Okay. So based on what they're indicating, this at the moment seems to be having kind of a negative interaction with that boundary. So as a result of that, the tornado threat in the short term might not be that high, which is a very good thing. One thing to note is that this is a big hail producer. It's already produced big hail. That warning that has been issued for southwestern Kankakee County, north central Ford County, northwestern Iroquois County, this storm is capable of producing tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches in diameter. Really big hail, very damaging. And I would say places south of Reddick, Herscher, Union Hill, there's a considerable hail threat on this, especially if this moves north of the boundary. We've got reflectivity that is running upwards of 72 dBz. And when I say that, that's just the returned energy to the radar. Higher the dBz, the more energy returned to the radar, which means reflecting off of more raindrops, or in this case, hail. So we've got these big returns suggesting that there's large hail in this storm. That seems to be the primary threat in the short term. The tornado threat does not immediately look very substantial.
All right.
It seems to.
Sorry about the interruption there. Just got back. We got a confirmed tornado now in Baird. In Baird right now, got a confirmed tornado warning. Let's go right to that. And man, that has 3-inch hailstones on it. Man, a lot of these storms are producing 2+ inches in hail, man. This is hailstorm in progress.
Yes, it absolutely seems to be.
Definitely some strong storms. And yeah, oh wow, this line is growing quickly. and across central Texas as excuse me, as we speak. But yeah, that storm in Calhoun, boy, that's right moving dominant right now. Clear inflow air down to the south.
Is that the Texas storm?
Yes, that is the Texas storm. Man, that is very organized. You need to look at it. Wow.
Yeah, I am on my way to do that. I'm, responding to somebody here on my phone, and then I'll get to that.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Yeah, that is an organized storm. They're just to the south of the KDYX radar site, actually.
Yeah.
We did have that report. David said, tornado on the ground from storm chaser east of OC, Texas. And that storm, as David said, big hail, and it is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. So locations downstream like Putnam, Texas, you want to be taking shelter. We have had a confirmed tornado, and as David said, this is a healthy supercell.
And Echo Top's estimated to be about 50,000 feet.
A big instability present on that.
Yeah, big time. Then there's another storm, Ethan. This could get destructively warm soon in Haskell County and near Haskell. 3.5-inch hail marker on that, and reflectivity up to 75 decibels.
Holy cow. Yeah. The reflectivity, like I said, the more reflectivity, the more stuff is bouncing off of. So there's a lot of hail in that.
Big time hail. Hail-mageddon storm. So yes. Oh, and did we get another tornado warning? Yes, we did. There's another tornado warning. Man, actually Texas more active than Illinois right now with tornado warnings. Well, there's nothing in Illinois anymore, but down in Texas now where we do have a radar-indicated tornado warning. Let's click on... Wait, that radar site's out. Darn it. The KDFX site is out. Oh my gosh, Ethan. Hail in this storm at 4.95 inches.
Oh, wow. That is definitely some destructive hail potential.
God, hail spike on that. A three body scattered spike on that too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, right? I could hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I was wondering what the environment was down in Texas. Tremendous amounts of instability. Surface-based CAPE is upwards of 4,500 joules per kilogram, which is a tremendous amount of instability. And the low-level wind shear is rather weak, but the deep layer shear is very strong. That is a ideal situation for getting very large hail.
Dang. Wow, and 5-inch hail marker on that. Holy Toledo, dude. Softball size hail. So if you are downstream of this storm, Rock Springs, you need to be taking shelter immediately, dude. I mean, this hail will cause severe injuries. If not, well, I don't want to say the word death, but my freaking gosh. Possible 5-inch hail according to the Doppler radar marker thing. That is big hail. Big hail on that.
Yes, it absolutely is. An environment that is primed across parts of Texas here, especially central Texas down to southwest Texas, for some very large hail.
Yep. And we did get that tornado report in Calhoun, Texas. Storm Chaser did report an observed tornado on the ground southeast of Potosi, Texas. That's near Baird. That's at Supercell. Still producing almost 3-inch hail marker on that. But wow, this storm down here really close to the Mexican border, that's the big one. That has echo tops of almost 60,000 feet, Ethan. 60,000 feet.
not surprising with the profile. The instability profile has an equilibrium level, that's the cloud top height, uh, upwards of 13 kilometers, so it is a deep layer of instability.
Oh, wow. It's like a nuclear bomb going off in that area. Look at the cloud tops on that. Watch this. Boom. Look at that storm. That thing just takes off.
Yeah, it really does, and this is a really nice way to visualize that instability. Think of it like boiling water in a pot. You see, that's convection. It's the same kind of process, just on a different scale and kind of, different fluid, obviously. But convection through a fluid, get this warm bubble at the surface, like the bottom of the pot. It rises, and then it hits that top layer. Now, in the atmosphere, when it hits that top layer, it spreads out rapidly, and we get these big anvil clouds, what we see with these storms on satellite.
Yeah. Dang, that storm really took off. Wow. That's like a mushroom cloud right there.
It was pretty insane.
And that thing is just cranking. Let me see what the meso analysis shows in that area. I haven't used this in a while in this live stream, so put it to great use. You're probably better with it than me, but I'll use it. So let's see. Yeah, surface-based instability over 3,000 joules per kilogram. That is pretty significant.
Yeah, with CAPE, convective available potential energy, the instability, anything above 1,000 joules per kilogram is something we're interested in a lot of times. 2,000 is really good. 3,000 is very strong, and we've seen some 4,000 plus down in Texas. That is a very, very strong instability. Represents potential for some really strong updrafts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This storm down here near Del Rio, surprisingly, haven't gotten many hail reports, only a couple that were 1.25 inches. But we'll see if higher numbers come in with that storm soon. But in the meantime, we're going to watch this storm near the Baird area. And that is hooking pretty darn good.
Yes,
Dang,
absolutely.
look at that, dude. Look at that hook on it. Wow, look at the hook.
Yeah, and we have the close proximity to the radar, so we're getting a really good view of this storm.
That is a very good hooking supercell. You can literally see it. Wow. That might just produce a pretty good tornado here in a little bit. Pretty strong one, maybe. Well, we're going to really watch that. That is fairly organized. It is so close to the radar that the tops of the echo tops are being skewed.
Yeah, that's a disadvantage of getting a storm really close to the radar site. Sometimes it does kind of interfere with your view.
Yeah. Which, based on the skewtation with this storm, I'm not surprised if it's producing like 4-inch hailstones, 3-inch. Dang, Texas.
That is entirely possible.
Man, Texas is going off big time with severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of the activity really panning out in that area.
Yeah, it does have a dynamic area too. Illinois was kind of a higher ceiling, I would say. If things panned out, it would go really big. But Texas, a little more certain when it came to the upper level forcing because we have a little more traditional of an upper level setup. It's not entirely traditional, but we get that upper income area where we have a lot of instability. That's something more typical of what you'd see for this kind of widespread organized severe weather risk.
Yeah. Dude, this supercell right here, I'm not kidding, near Baird could produce a big tornado. That hook, dude, is trying to, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that hook, that rear flank, that RFD is trying to go further out into the clear air.
Yeah, that's a storm we definitely want to watch here. In the short term, especially areas like Putnam, Texas, located south of there. North of Cross Plains, this is a dangerous storm. Cisco, Texas is off to the east, no stranger to significant severe weather. In the past, they've had some strong tornadoes over there. I'm sure there's a lot of people on edge about this.
Oh, yeah. Crossing over the I-20 right now with that hail body. The hail body of the storm. Definitely getting some good hail. That whole area in Texas is under enhanced risk. Yes. And they did go for a tornado watch up there to the south or to the central portion of Oklahoma. So there's a tornado watch there. And then to the north of that, there's a severe thunderstorm watch out for Wichita, Kansas. But this supercell right here, out ahead of that line that's developing to the back, is going to be that storm we're going to need to watch if that actually does do something. It already did something once, but we'll see if it does it again. Dang. Is that a mesocyclone indicator? Man, that's a strong mesocyclone if that's maybe not. Let's wait and see if that does anything. But how's everybody doing on this lovely Tuesday afternoon? Which, by the way, my Apple Watch, my Ultra 2, lasted 3 days on a charge. Lasted 3 days without charging it, which is incredible. 72 hours without charging the watch.
Oh, very cool.
I think that's one of the longest times I went without charging the watch. So, we're going to be watching this a little longer here, seeing how this pans out. But yeah, tornado warning now in Putnam in Texas. This is where we're seeing pretty much all the activity, most of the activity, not saying Illinois is dead and quiet. Actually, let's go to back to Illinois to see with what it looks like over there. There is now 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm curious to see, probably hail driven. Oh yeah, it is hail driven. Also, wow, another 3-inch hail report. Man, 3 significant hail reports just from that storm.
Yeah, and I do want to say there was a severe thunderstorm warning extended to downtown Chicago. There's going to be East Central DuPage and northeastern Cook counties severe thunderstorm warning, ping pong ball size hail, and it has been observed. So downtown Chicago, you've got some hail coming in, it seems.
Almost 2-inch hail report on that earlier in Bolingbrook in Will County, Illinois. Almost 2-inch hail report on that, 1.75. So this does have some pretty decent hail report on it, or hail production. In Darien and Woodbridge, going into Chicago, the metro area. Actually, you know what? We have a live camera over there. Let's go to that. We haven't used live cameras at all in this live stream. Darn it. Barely. Let's see. Snyder, Texas. Oh, come on. Stupid ads. So let's go over to Illinois. Sky deck, north view, west view. Okay, this is looking towards the storm. Oh, and it's foggy. Great. Not my thing. North view. Also foggy. Man, Chicago camera maybe. Well, better view, but it's not going to give us a good sense of what we're seeing.
This previously tornado warned storm, again from the storm chasers that I'm talking to right now, they're not seeing a whole lot of organization. If it crosses near that warm front again, things could get interesting, but at the moment, it doesn't appear to be very organized, mostly an outflow dominant storm with a pronounced large hail threat going into areas like Union Hill and just north of Herscher and Irwin. We actually did get a report of some quarter-size hail measured by the public, Buckingham and Herscher, just a little bit ago, just about 12 minutes ago.
And what was the hail size again? Sorry.
Quarter size, 1 inch.
Oh, okay. So not too terribly destructive, but yeah, it's up there. Wow, look at how foggy it is in Chicago in the metro area. Yeah, we won't be taking note if there is severe thunderstorms coming into this area. The sky looks all evenly white. It's like, whoa, wait. It's crazy. So yeah, it's foggy here. No wonder why our cameras weren't viewing very well on those on those tall buildings. So be very hard to tell if it is indeed. We won't be able to see much. Maybe not so much hail with the fog in place. This is right in the right in the downtown area where that supercell is moving towards. It'd be very interesting if that fog gets washed away from all that rain that comes down and hail. What's up, Severe Weather Center? How are you doing? So, Severe Weather Center, what are your thoughts about today's setup in Illinois and Indiana? Ethan gave me his opinion. So, what are your thoughts? No rotation on this storm anymore, though. And yeah, that's the storm that we were saying. So looks like it is weakening. So it might have been influenced by that cold boundary to some extent. Man,
yeah, that has been... I'm sorry.
Did we get lucky on that moderate risk so far? We'll see if things change. But hopefully, it does not pan out as what models were showing earlier.
And we are seeing what I was alluding to before, some additional convection developing south of Davenport. So this is in northwest Illinois, but it's not severe at the moment, and it is not too organized. We'll probably see this evolve into some severe storms this evening, and it will carry potentially a tornado risk, maybe a strong tornado risk, depending on where it develops. But that is probably going to be more of a messy kind of situation. If this storm hitting Kankakee, Illinois, would have been entirely within the warm side of that boundary, then it could have been a prolific tornado producer. Thankfully, it went onto the cool side and has, become mainly a hail threat. But that's not to say we're entirely done with the storm. Not only does it have a hail threat, but again, small modulations in that boundary. We'll see exactly how it goes. I don't think the near-term tornado threat is very high on it, but, keep your guard up downstream in Indiana.
Yeah. All right. So Severe Weather Center, it says there is a major hail storm headed towards Chicago, even though temperatures are right around 40 degrees. Yes, because it's elevated. It's rooted from the elevated boundary layer. It's not surface rooted. And actually, Ethan, tell our viewers, what is surface rooted? You'll hear that from the SPC or from other people, or elevated rooted, like rooted from surface,
And that's an important distinction here. Surface-based convection, that's surface-based thunderstorms, draw all of their inflow in from a surface boundary layer. The boundary layer is that a layer of air that's in contact with the ground, heating, mixing, stuff like that take place. That's what we, live in every day. And as it's drawing in air from that boundary layer, it actually has potential to produce tornadoes because supercell to be tornadic, for a storm to be tornadic at all, basically, it has to be drawing in air that's from the surface. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to do it. Because when we move over to elevated thunderstorms, updraft is not rooted in that surface boundary layer. It's rooted above that, usually above a stable layer like a capping inversion. So when you get the updraft base that is way removed from the ground, it's not interacting with any of that instability that's near the ground. It's not using any of that wind shear in the boundary layer at all. So you can get elevated supercells like what we're seeing in Illinois, but those are largely hail producers because it's really, really, really hard to get a tornado developed down through that stable layer of air. Especially in Chicago right now, 40 degrees, that would be, for all intents and purposes, practically impossible. I'm not going to say entirely, but practically impossible to get a tornado touchdown in those kinds of conditions like that. So elevated storms tend to be more of a hail threat, and surface-based storms have more of a tornado risk. That is a very important distinction between them.
Thanks for that explanations. I can't even say it right. All right. Okay, someone that's in Spanish. Someone said so. We'll skip that. I can't speak Spanish. Sorry. You can get lower end tornadoes even when it's cooler outside too. I've seen it. Yeah, but there's chances of that are typically lower. Do we get a new tornado confirmed tornado warning? What? I think we did. This one for Texas.
Touch on that quickly. Nice M10K. Yeah, absolutely. You can have tornadoes in cooler conditions. Sometimes you even have cold air funnels that develop with these upper level cold lows, and the surface conditions can be relatively cool. But those storms are still surface based. So there's the distinction we're making here in elevated thunderstorms, which have an updraft base rooted above a cool, stable boundary layer, and surface-based storms, which are drawing on the properties of the boundary layer at the ground level.
So we do have a confirmed tornado warning now. Wow, this is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Camp Wood, I'm curious to see what the population on that southern tornado warning is. Let's go to there. Ethan, 23 people. 23 people in that tornado warning.
That's what we like to hear, sparsely populated areas.
Very sparsely populated. So yeah, 23 people that are in the pack that are impacted by this need to be watching this storm very closely. Homes affected 11, people affected 23. So they do take houses and okay, so there's more people per house. That makes perfect sense. So affected areas, okay, yeah. Water supply 1 and transportation air 5. Wow. In a sparse populated area, there's actually 5 transportation, air, and then water supply is 1. So we got that tornado warning for the Putnam area. This is impacting more than 23 people. 347 people are under that tornado warning. A max hail size is 2 on that storm, and it is moving to the east-northeast at 26 to 30 miles an hour. So it is moving pretty good.
Yes, indeed. And these population areas, while it's less probable that there's going to be, a large population of people impacted, people that are in the path of the storm are still going to be impacted. So that's why we want to get this information out. That's why David is doing what he's doing. And if it's just one person in that warning, we want to do the best we can to convey that information to them so they can be prepared.
Exactly. So yeah, that's the storm that we're watching really closely that has 1-inch hail on it. But it is trying to wrap itself up, but I think that line might be nudging it. Might be doing a little nudger.
Are you talking about the Putnam, Texas storm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm opening that one up.
Nice, good looking big supercell there.
Eventually, that is probably going to have some influences from the storms off to the west. And when David's talking about nudging, this is a really interesting concept, kind of discovered by Cameron Nixon, a great severe weather researcher in the last couple of years, that suggests that you can actually get a beneficial interaction with storms uh, that basically nudge them into producing stronger rotation. So that's something we always have to keep an eye out for. Hello.
Sorry. I went downstairs for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw that my mic had cut out or something.
Oh no. I had to get some bread. I'm hungry. I haven't had anything to eat
Oh, gee whiz.
since this morning, so we're going to be watching these storms for a little while longer here.
Holy cow.
What?
Just wanted to report, west of Herscher, Illinois, north of Buckingham, we got a report from the public of baseball-sized hail just a little bit ago.
Baseball size or softball size?
Baseball.
Oh
Baseball-sized
my
hail.
gosh. Okay, that will come in. Yeah, hail marker on that, Ethan. 4 inches in diameter near Kankakee.
Yeah, Kankakee, Illinois. This is a very, very strong little storm here. Suggestion storm chasers in the area, we might be seeing a little more organization, an uptick in lightning too. So, just keep an eye on this. Areas in Kankakee, big hail for sure. I'm sure you've a lot of hail here just for minutes. But we're not letting our guard down entirely on this storm. It is still a supercell. It's just at the moment, it's more of a hail risk. See, and I'm getting live reports from chasers on the ground, so I'll convey that to you as soon as I get them.
All right. Man, look at the trail of hail reports that the supercell has produced. Man, these 2 supercells, boy. This one near LaGrange has produced 11 hail reports just alone. Just alone from that one supercell. Then the one down here has produced, golly, 6, at least 15 hail reports.
Big hail day for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to need to watch these two storms very closely for a bit.
Yeah, I'm seeing reports the inflow is picking up on the Kankakee, Illinois storm, so we're certainly keeping an eye on that one too. And I would say places downstream, you need to be doing the same.
Oh, yeah, that inflow is. Oh, yeah, Ethan, I see what you mean. Yeah, Irwin, there's more red showing up. That there, the rotation is increasing on that. So, yeah, Kankakee needs to be really watching the storm. This is about to get 20, and it's not even severe warned yet. Or is it? No, it's not. Wow.
Yeah, we're kind of in between the warnings at this point. They will be putting one out very soon because this does have a prominent hail threat at the least.
They're going to have to. Interesting, then the supercell right now is moving into an area where there's a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah, even in a severe thunderstorm watch, you can have a quite a significant storm.
Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah. I'm seeing reports suggesting the storm looks like it's organizing further just to the north of Irwin, Illinois. So that's going to be off to the west of Kankakee.
Let's go on that. Okay, yes. Oh, yeah, that is organizing. That is organizing, definitely. Oh, yeah, that's organizing. Dang, Ethan. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Man, oh, wow. If you look at my stream, look how strong the mesocyclone is. Literally at around 10,000 feet. We are, yeah, especially 8,400 feet above the surface. Extreme rotation on that. Man.
In Illinois.
Yes, the Illinois storm north of Irwin. That mesocyclone, man, that's strong.
It is. It is more of a hail threat in the short term for sure. In fact, it just got severe warned again. If it's not on your end, it'll be there soon. And this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. Yep, we do. 3-inch hail on this. 3-inch hail. All right, Ian, it's organizing quickly, dude. Look at the hook now. Look at the hook. It's going. It's going.
Yeah, the hook is quite organized. I'm waiting to see. The inflow on the radar is stronger than it was earlier, but not quite what it has when it was, actually producing the tornado. But if it is interacting with the front again, then this could, at some point, tornado threat. The main immediate threat for sure, though, is hail. Bourbonnais, Kankakee, places like that, hail at least 3 inches in diameter on this warning.
Yeah. Also, it just took another right-hand turn again.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Yes, it sure did.
not good. Not good. Not good at all.
Yeah, the good thing that could happen is because it's still so close to the front, cross over that boundary and start to become, ingest some of the cooler air once again. That is a possibility. But it has, as noted, increased its structural presentation. Storm chasers are saying it looks more organized than what it has for, quite a little bit. So Hail, again, the dominant threat with this warning that we're seeing, this big destructive severe thunderstorm warning, actually, for south central Will County and central Kankakee County, Illinois. But we're not entirely ruling out the possibility of a tornado risk.
All right, Ethan, now we have a pretty strong mesocyclone all the way up to about 25,000 feet on this.
Oh, yeah, it is quite organized.
Yeah. Oh, we got a VIP in the chat. We have a VIP in the chat. Io Warina, 144,000 subscribers. What's up? Has pretty laggy for some reason. Is it good now? Hopefully it's not lagging now. Sorry if it was lagging there for a second. I don't know when it lags. Only you guys can tell me, right? Looks pretty good on our end. Yeah, it's not lagging. Doesn't say, yeah, excellent connection, so we're fine. Okay, we have a three body scattered spike on this, Ethan, now. 3 body scattered spike increased.
On the Illinois, yeah, absolutely. Everybody is very interesting. That's an indicator that you got very large hail. It's scattering the radar beam in such a way you get this tapered radial extension going away from the storm from where the radar site is. So definitely indications we've got very large hail all throughout that hail core in Illinois.
Yikes. Wow. Gotta really watch that hook, though. Oh dear, Ethan. Look at the latest radar scan south of Limestone. South of Limestone.
Hold on a second here. I'm looking at something. We did get a question from... I'm sorry here. I'm trying to go between several things at the same time. I'm not very good at multitasking, if you haven't noticed. We got a question, though. What about the exact chance of nocturnal tornadoes in the DFW area? I want to address that question because we really can't give a specific on the exact potential for what a tornado would be. Meteorology as a whole is just kind of a ballistic game. It's what scenario is most probable in situation. And by the SPC's forecast outlook, what they're giving for the DFW area for tornadoes, let's see here, we're looking at 5%. So by the Storm Prediction Center's estimate, about a 5% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is a Sig 1 area also, so based on that, it suggests that a maximum probable intensity would be EF2, but more than likely weaker than that.
Okay.
Could you show the SPC? Could you show the SPC map?
Yes.
Also?
Yeah. So let me show the SPC map really quickly. So this is where that moderate risk is, and then we go down here into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You can see the enhanced risk overspreading parts of Dallas. Half of Dallas is in it, and half of Dallas isn't. So I would probably say all of Dallas is under enhanced risk of severe weather, just because it's a metropolitan area, and we kind of want to include all of Dallas. So yes, a strong tornado or two is possible in that area tonight, but primarily a wind damage threat will be the thing. In fact, if we actually go over to the tornado threat, you can see there is a 5% Sig 1 for tornadoes in that area. If we go to the wind risk, there is a 30%, a 30% Sig 1 for damaging winds in the Dallas area. And then the hail risk also. So pretty much everything at this point is significant for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So yeah, significant wind, tornadoes, and hail are all possible. So if maybe a spin up or two that could be significant, yes. All right, Ethan, I wanted to Okay, it went away, but my gosh, that rotation briefly on that storm near Kankakee was pretty strong. And it just got warned again for another destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 4-inch hail now, Ethan. 4-inch hail on this. Softball size hail, potentially.
Yeah. It is a really blockbuster storm in terms of hail. Big time hail risk on that storm. And they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning going east of there as well.
That's what I was saying.
That's when you just...
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I've got to go for a little bit. I've got some stuff that just I got to take care of, but I will try to be back here pretty soon.
All right. I might be headed out here. I don't know if I'll go to the park yet. I'm still thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah. How's everybody doing? We're watching this supercell right now near Kankakee, near Aroma Park. Watching this storm very closely. Sun River Terrace. Oh, you're still here. Good. Okay. So near Kankakee. Yeah, that rotation is pretty strong. Wow. Pretty strong to the southwest of Kankakee right now. That is organizing. That is organizing. What's the estimated time on it? The line of storms? So let's look at the estimated time of storms getting into that area. So the storm's getting into the Dallas area. This is 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait, this is the old run. Hold on a second. So let's go to... Let me close this out and open up a new... See if we got our 20Z in. Yep, we did. So it's in progress. So we're going to wait. We're actually going to go to the 21 Zulu. All right, so this is... Oh, wait, this is midnight. Never mind. This is midnight, 11... 10, 9, 8, 7, 8. So about 10 o'clock tonight. So right around, say, 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, all the way through midnight. All the way through midnight, it is going to be pretty stormy over Dallas. So over that area, definitely looking at some strong storms. Widespread strong storms and maybe embedded QLCS tornadoes with that too. So that's what we're looking at. Ooh, what happened here? Oh my gosh. Why did it just go out? Hold on a second. Why did it go out? There we go. Interesting. That just went out. Oh my gosh. That supercell, I'm telling you, that's going to produce. I think we're going to get a significant tornado out of this. Kankakee. Oh, this is going to produce. I think we're at it. We're going to get something strong out of this. Strong mesocyclone. We're going to get a tornado out of this. We are going to get a strong tornado out of this, potentially, in Kankakee, Illinois. Limestone, Illinois. Sun River Terrace. Wow, that organized really fast. We also got 3.5-inch hail report to the north of Buckingham. Kankakee. Okay. Sorry, I don't live in Illinois. This supercell. Oh gosh, we might have a debris signature. You better be kidding me. Or is that a debris signature? Oh, that might be a debris signature. Yup, we have a debris signature. That's on the ground. We have a tornado on the ground right now. Tornado on the ground. That is a debris signature. We do have a tornado on the ground down here. Based on the correlation coefficient as well as a PTDS, which is a measurement of how much debris is being concentrated, that is on the ground. I think it's going to go confirmed. There it goes. It just went confirmed. So we have a tornado on the ground, and it's going to be confirmed here shortly. They're going to have to confirm this if scans continue to indicate something. That is correlated with higher reflectivity in that area. So we are seeing a debris signature likely on that. Literally right when Ethan leaves, this all happens. This all happens. Oh yeah, deep TDS. We got a deep debris signature on that. If you are in Aroma Park right now, Kankakee, please take shelter. Sun River Terrace, please take shelter. This is a tornado that is on the ground right now. That is a pretty deep TDS. Really deep. Yeah, oh gosh. Yeah, strong tornado on the ground potentially. Strong tornado on the ground on this one. So Aroma Park, Sun River Terrace, Momerans, please take shelter now. This is a tornado that is on the ground. It's already on the ground. We're going to get confirmed. It's going to go confirmed. You watch. That is a very organized supercell. Very organized supercell. Yep, there it goes. Cloudy Jesse, I think, is saying it is confirmed. No, not officially. Not officially yet. But there is a TDS on this. A tornado debris signature. You can see the CC drop right in here. And if we actually go over to our PTDS, there is the debris signature right there. More likely some hail up in here. But this is where we are seeing a debris ball. Over in this area, this is getting ready to cross onto, where is this at? Okay. Yeah, onto Interstate 57. Interstate 57 right now. Oh, new scan coming in, new scan. God, oh yeah, this is a strong tornado, dude. Strong tornado. New scan came in, so this is approaching Interstate 57 right now. Kankakee Community College is about to get ripped on this one. Southern half of Broadley, please take shelter. Kankakee, please take shelters. We got a tornado moving over that area. South of the area right now. Very organized supercell. Man, I wish people were here to... Literally, no one on Discord is online. Like, they don't care about the severe weather event. Oh my gosh, this is bad. This is not good. Not good at all. It looks like the debris kind of got washed out a little bit. But we'll see. Could be briefly doing another one of those spin-ups. We're really going to need to watch this. This is now detached from the boundary. Hey, United Weather. So this is moving towards pretty much the east and the east-southeast. So right now, moving over Interstate 57. Interstate 57. Tornado is now crossing in on Interstate 57 in Illinois. Man, that storm. That is a very strong mesocyclone, very deep and vertically stacked. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. Okay, a little bit of debris. Surprisingly, they have not confirmed it. Impressively, they have not confirmed the tornado warning yet. Thought they would, but I think it's going to. That is a very classic supercell. Very classic. Hold on, you guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, Ethan is back. Dude, Ethan. Hello? I cannot hear you. If you're trying to talk. Oh man, this.
Well, This
Hey,
is the potential we were talking about.
here it is. Strong tornado on the ground, probably more than likely on the ground. Wow, that inrot is fairly intense on that. Strong inrot. Okay, Brandon Kopic has a large
Oh,
stovepipe tornado on the ground right now. Large stovepipe, violent tornado on the ground.
yes, we have a large cone tornado right now. I'm
Oh.
seeing pictures of it.
Holy cow, this is going to get confirmed. Why are they not confirming this, dude? Literally.
I don't know, but this is a dangerous storm. Some of my chaser friends are seeing a large cone tornado is on the ground just to the south of Kankakee. And this is about, an approximation, this is only about 3 or so miles south of Kankakee. Moving off to the east, Aroma Park, Sun River Terrace, this is a dangerous storm right here. It might not say confirmed tornado at the moment, but we are seeing reports of it by storm chasers that I know. It is on the ground.
Okay, why is my did my thing crash? Oh, that's why. No, it didn't crash. I just realized I have to keep the whole window open for it to work. Oh, I love my computer sometimes. It sucks. Okay, it is now a PDS tornado. Wait. Yeah, it is a particularly dangerous situation right now. A PDS tornado warning now in effect for Aroma Park. Please take shelter immediately. This is a intense tornado. And by the way, Ethan, this is so strong that there is debris being centrifuged around the tornado right now.
Oh my gosh, yes, the signature on this is about 2 miles south of Kankakee, Illinois. That is unfortunately a scary signature right there. Roma Park, Sun River Terrace, you need to be taking shelter. This storm is very dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
Storm chasers reporting a loud roar on this too.
You're kidding. A loud roar on this. Oh, that's not good. Okay, Inrock continues to increase, Ethan, now up to 2.25 on the rotational velocity. And we are getting, let me look at the velocity on weatherwise here. Wow. Okay, yeah. So on weatherwise, we're getting 50 touching 71.
It is very strong. It's actually crossing Interstate 57 right now. And yeah, we just got a report from a storm chaser, and the video shows a tornado near the Kankakee Airport, crossing I-57 at this time, moving toward Aroma.
Holy cow. This is not good. Oh my goodness. Okay.
This is a big.
All right. So, yep, there it is. Video shows a tornado on the ground near the Kankakee Airport. And wow, inrot on this. Okay, no, the inrot hasn't gone up, but the rotational velocity has. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ethan. Now we have a very deep TDS on this with debris being flung up to 24,000 feet. Holy cow, this is bad.
Yes, by every indication, this is a strong tornado that we're dealing with right now. Very pronounced terrace. You need to be taking Aroma Park. It's very close to you. It's within, looks like within approximately a mile of Aroma Park just now. Like the north side.
Ethan, look at the debris signature on this. Look at the debris signature on this. Over a mile and a half wide. Oh my gosh, that debris ball.
Yes, absolutely. Rapidly, these weather conditions can change. We were talking just a little bit ago on the stream about how we're not totally discounting the tornado risk on this, and locations downstream need to be on alert. This is why these dynamic environments can, deteriorate very quickly, as we're seeing this tornado right now. And Aroma Park is where it's getting close to now, but places like Sun River Terrace and downstream Hopkins Park, perhaps, you really need to look out for this.
Oh, yeah. Let me look at the inrot here. Let's see how high this inrot is going up to. Oh my gosh, Ethan. All the way up to 45,000 feet. Rotation velocities are insane, all the way up to 45,000 feet.
This is, wow. I mean, just organized so quickly. Thankfully, and I want to give a big thanks to the storm chasers out there, especially my storm chasing friends. I'm going to give a big thanks to them for their real-time reports that they've been, coming back to on this, because Insight let us know this was starting to organize, several minutes ago, and now we see what this comes to.
Yes. Ethan, if you could do talking, I'll be right back really quick.
Hey, David is going to be back here pretty soon. And what we're looking at right now, what you're seeing on the screen, is a significantly tornadic supercell. It has produced a large destructive tornado based on indications that we're seeing and based on reports from storm chasers on the ground. We had a tornado report as it's crossing I-57 from a storm chaser near the Kankakee, Illinois airport. Rotational signature is very, very strong. It is still within about a mile of the Aroma Park area and about now 4 miles to the southwest of Sun River Terrace. It's a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for southeastern Kankakee County running until 7 p.m. And by every indication, this is unfortunately a significant tornado. Storm chasers have been reporting it very diligently, so that's how we know that this is definitely on the ground. I have seen some pictures from the large cone tornado, and as David noted, correlation coefficient drop means debris is being lofted and centrifuged around the vortex. Now, if you're in St. Anne in southern Kankakee County, you should be okay. We're looking at a nasty sky off to your north, but St. Anne should be okay. What I'm more concerned about in the immediate path of this is going to be places like Sun River Terrace and places to the south of there, because that's going to be directly in the path of this storm. One, to the south coming out of Sun River Terrace, you need to get off that highway very soon, especially between Sun River Terrace and St. Anne. Highway 1, get off that road very quickly, because we do have a large tornado on the ground, and it is continuing to progress off to the east now. Based on the latest scan, we're about 3 miles southwest of Sun River Terrace. And again, this is Kankakee County, Illinois that we're looking at here, where the situation ramped up so quickly. We were looking at a hail-dominant storm just a little bit ago, and now we're seeing this.
Well,
if anyone has any questions.
well, that makes up for the moderate risk that was issued for that area today.
This is why it was issued, for this exact reason.
Wow, good job, SPC. Big round of applause to the SPC. All right, so there is definitely a debris ball on this. Wow, definitely a debris ball on that. And it looks like we're getting, wow, it's going over multiple homes right now. Multiple homes are probably getting severely damaged. This is not good. And echo tops on that storm, 52,000 feet. 52,000 feet. You there, Ethan?
Yes, I am. I'm just looking at some data.
Oh, okay. I think this came in. Yep, this just came in out of Kankakee. 3-inch hail report. 3-inch diameter hail reported in Kankakee, relayed via amateur radio. Man.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Man, this was a large tornado. This is still a large tornado ongoing. Big cone tornado. Those of you who are enthusiasts, you might recognize the Roanoke, Illinois tornado from way back in the day. It looks kind of like that.
No way.
It is big.
Holy cow, Ethan. We have now a TDS on reflectivity, dude. Large TDS on reflectivity.
I would not be surprised. That rotational signature is still very, very strong, closing in within about 2 miles of Sun River Terrace, Illinois.
This is bad. Oh my. It's getting ready to cross over 1. It's getting ready to cross over State Route 1 right now, very soon. And 9,000 people are impacted by this tornado downstream. 9,000 people. Also, Ethan, there is a, wow, check this out. There is a maximum, hold on. There's a maximum reflectivity maximum of 80 decibels on this storm.
Yeah, it is not only producing a big tornado, but also some very large hail.
Gosh, this inrot is insane. Wow. I knew that was going to go for it, man. That hook really developed quickly.
Absolutely. That just shows the dynamic environment that we're dealing with here. Thing that can change on a dime, really.
Now, we do have another tornado warning in Illinois. That one does not, I don't know. Let's actually click on that one really quickly. I know we're really focused on our main tornado warning. I want to watch that one. Man, all these 3 storms are rotating. So that's going to be a line to really watch off towards the west and western Illinois.
Just a short time ago, this is a little bit of an interesting thing. What I posted to your to the group chat, or to the chat that we're in, the call. I can see the anvil from that tornadic storm just off to my northwest.
That's your image. Wow, that's crazy. Dang.
Yep, that is the anvil from the tornadic storm.
That is wild. Oh my gosh. That is going downwind significantly. Are you sure that is? I don't think that would be. Let me see. Let me see the wind. Oh, wait, that's right. The sun is going down there. Oh, no, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. Wow, that's crazy. You know what I noticed too, Ethan? The boundary that kind of sunk a little further south has lifted a little northward. I wonder if that's why this storm is going gangbusters all of a sudden. Look at it now. It's hooking even more. Dude, it's recycling.
Very well could be.
It's recycling.
Yeah, we would expect that to be the case. I mean, downstream locations into Indiana, this is going to be Schneider, Lake Village, Roselawn, areas north of Morocco. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm here, of course. Also, Audi Jesse noted here in the chat, want to make sure we note that there is a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma also.
Oh,
southwest of OKC.
Oh my gosh. Another
4 miles east of Union City, so we've got a busy situation.
Let's go to that. Wow, that is a decent supercell. She is not lying. Dang. Okay. That is a supercell that we're going to really watch. That's moving into the metropolitan area of Oklahoma City. What's up, Megan? Asteria, how are you doing? Also, that storm, Ethan, is producing 2-inch hail as well.
No doubt.
So now, you know what? Since Cloudy Jesse called that one out, that's the Cloudy Jesse storm. So the Cloudy Jesse storm in moving into Oklahoma City, that looks very good. That, like, you could see its wings on it and its beak. Look at, do you see that? You got its wings here. It's kind of like a little angel.
It's a very classic supercell presentation on that storm southwest of OKC.
And very tall echo tops, almost 50,000 feet. So, yeah, Cloudy Jesse is being a little muscular over here, using all that energy up.
Also, Megan had a question about the patch risk area, and she's kind of unfamiliar with the new system.
Explain it to her. You explain. Yeah, you do good at explaining SPC stuff, honestly.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Megan, with the new areas with the new system they're doing with the hatch risks, it's conditional intensity groups, and if you got a level 1, like a SIG 1 is what they call it, then that denotes significant hazards being possible, and it depends on what you're in. If it's a SIG 1 tornado risk, maximum peak intensity tornado would be EF2. Most of them would be less than that, but there is potential for one somewhere in the mix to be an EF2. If you got a SIG 2 for tornado, it's EF3 plus, and a SIG 3 for tornado is EF4 plus. On the hail side of things, SIG 1 is going to be 2-inch diameter hail being the maximum peak expected, and on the wind damage side of things, 74 plus mile per hour wind gusts are possible if you're in a SIG 1 wind gust threat.
So tomorrow for Maryland, did they update the? Oh, they did update the. Oh wait, yeah. Oh wow, for Maryland. Oh boy, Ethan. Yeah, she is in a SIG 1 for tornadoes, a 2% SIG 1.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really bad. If you're in a SIG area, that's not really a terrible thing. What it means is that expected coverage for tornado does happen. There is a chance that it could be EF2.
Oh, sorry, Ethan. Sorry to interrupt. Oh my gosh, you need to look at that supercell now. South of, dude, it is a cinnamon roll look. That is a violent tornado. That has to be a violent tornado on the ground. Very, very strong rotation on that. Sorry to interrupt. That is.
No,
Oh my.
you're absolutely right too. It is a serious circulation that is now looks like about 2.3 miles southeast of Sun River Terrace. So if you're in downtown Sun River Terrace, stay in shelter. It looks like the worst is about to be getting past you. And that means we're going to be concerned about areas that are downstream, areas that are near and north of Hopkins Park. Looking out for this. I can hear it going off. So they've just extended this into Indiana. I'm waiting for the warning to show up. But I imagine that's going to be places like Roselawn and Schneider, Indiana, because this is a really, really organized that radar presentation.
Nope, they extended it.
Incredible.
It's not tornado warning. It's severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag on it.
Huh.
Yeah, right?
Odd. Okay.
Yeah. They already extended it. All right, Cloudy Jesse is saying it's a wedge tornado on the ground, apparently. Wedge tornado on the ground, south of Moments in Illinois. Wedge tornado on the ground.
Yeah. Also, I want to say the SPC issued a mesoscale discussion for intense tornadoes being possible with that storm over the next couple hours. This is going to be going into Indiana. Places like Warsaw, Plymouth, Rensselaer, Rochester also in that mesoscale discussion. So if you're in those areas, we're talking about an intense storm right here that has a confirmed significant tornado right now, and is going to have enhanced tornado hours.
Okay, let me read the meso discussion. All right, so let's see what it says here. So, like I said, an intense supercell will continue eastward in a very favorable environment for all severe hazards. A downstream watch is also likely. Wow, we're really close to where you are, Ethan. Summary, so severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 32 continues. Summary, a intense supercell over eastern... I like how they make special meso discussions just for one supercell. That's what I'm sorry. I don't want to laugh, but like I have to laugh at that. Like for one single supercell, an intense supercell over eastern Kankakee County, Illinois, is likely to persist along the warm front with a risk for very large hail and strong tornadoes this evening. A downstream tornado watch will also need to be issued into northern Indiana. Discussion, an intense supercell over portions of eastern Kankakee County, Illinois, has shown signs of rapid organization over the last 30 minutes. Several recent reports of very large hail, have been noted along with an intensifying low-level mesocyclone from radar imagery. The environment along the warm front from eastern Illinois into northern Indiana remains very favorable for intense supercells with moderate instability and effective storm relative helicity up to 400 meters squared per second squared. This is yielding effective STP values up to a 5. Given the isolated nature of the supercell, strong backed low-level flow shear tornadoes, strong to intense perhaps, along with very large hail, appear likely over the next hour or two. This should continue into northern Indiana with the potential for additional storms to develop over the next couple of hours. Given the proximity to the eastern edge of the Tornado Watch 32, a downstream watch over portions of Indiana will likely be needed over the next couple of hours. Wow, dude, a STP up to a 5.
Huh? Yeah, STP up to a 5 is an environment that is readily favorable for tornado or progression. And we see a tornadic storm that is expected to last for, quite a ways, heads into Indiana. Unfortunately, this is a really dangerous storm. And I would say Lake Village and Roselawn, Indiana, to be starting to get ready for this.
Yeah. Also, we are getting debris potentially, Ethan, being centrifuged on radar. You can see it on the reflective. Okay, now it went away, but briefly there was some debris being centrifuged around the center of that tornado.
I would not be surprised because it has given indications of being a strong tornado.
Yeah. And it looks like this tornado is headed directly east now. It is not moving towards the northeast as it did earlier, man. It made a full hard eastward turn.
Yes, it sure did. And that's why it's expected to continue.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked at the tornado in Illinois, and it is huge. It could be almost a mile wide. No joke. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. Looks like there's no debris being detected on radar anymore. That rotation is definitely there, definitely present.
Yeah, this is a very organized storm. As the SPC has indicated, it's not likely to die off very soon.
No. So in kind regards, I have canceled my my park trip today, which is fine. Oh, is that a new? Did they just issue another? Oh no, that's not an. Oh yeah, that is the. Okay, that's this one that was just highlighted. Okay. So let me look at the velocities here. Negative 38, touching 81. Anything new from the storm chasers, Ethan?
I'm looking here. I've also got people that I know in the path of this, and I'm getting them ahead of time. Yeah, I'm seeing reports that they have encountered power poles that have been knocked over in the road.
Wow. So we have power poles snapped and on the road. Wow, that's crazy. SPC was spot on with their prediction today. Good job. Yes, big round of applause by the SPC. And actually, if we overlay the outlook, yeah, dude, they got that thing centered, Ethan. Really? They got that thing centered with that supercell.
Yes, they did. These are the best severe weather forecasters on the planet, and they show today exactly why that is.
Is that another? Okay, no, that is radar indicated tornado warning. I was just making sure. Okay. Dang, dude, that is curling up again. All right, there is significant damage in Kankakee, apparently, someone said in chat. I'm not surprised. The southern portion of the city there probably got demolished. More than likely got demolished by that. That was a wedge tornado, a stovepipe tornado. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised by that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it gave every indication this was certainly a tornado that was either strong or capable of producing damage equivalent to a strong tornado. It's on every indication that we've seen. And I just hope that the damage is minimal.
Yeah. Looks like the rotation's weakening, though. I don't know if you're seeing that, Ethan. Interesting.
Right, but it is still cycling.
It might be cycling. That's what it might be. I don't think
what we're dealing with is a cyclic. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What we're dealing with is a cyclic significant tornadic supercell. It's hit the Kankakee, but it is moving into. Even if we have these little phases of weakening, the SPC indicates that there's potential for this to progress into northern Indiana, areas with which I'm quite familiar, during the next hour or two. In that environment, it could spin up a significant tornado again. Actually, maximum intensity guidance on this goes up to a 170 mile per hour tornado. So we're talking about upper end intense tornadoes.
Oh, wow, that is not good. And we just got a new PDS tornado. Yep, a new PDS tornado warning now issued for Lake Village. Lake Village in Indiana, now under a PDS tornado warning. You need to be taking shelter. Based on all indications, this is very much likely on the ground. I think it's just going over very rural areas, and it's not picking up a whole lot of debris because there's no debris signature on Doppler radar. But the rotation is there. Definitely there. And this is going to work its way well into Indiana. Man, what a long tracker this thing is. This thing started all the way... Man, and we've been tracking this storm all the way back towards El Paso, Ethan. All the way back towards El Paso.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's supercell. Let me go on to Google Earth. I want to see how long this tracked.
We have tornado damage in Aroma Park. The specifics we don't have hit, it looks like, what I'm seeing. But we do have damage in the Aroma Park, Illinois area.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so let me go back here to... Okay, so it started in the El Paso area. And went over Pontiac. Near there. And so right now, it's going into Lake Village. Ethan, this storm has tracked almost 100 miles.
I am not surprised. I've seen some of the damage in the Roma Park area from some of the chasers. The damage to me looks like we're looking at EF2 at least. Significant structural damage, massive tree damage, definitely a strong tornado in the Roma Park area earlier. That is the same supercell that's headed toward Lake Village, Indiana at this time.
Wow. Well, that fits the bill with the moderate risk. I'll tell you, we haven't been too distracted by the number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are just going off night and day in Texas. You know how many warnings we have in total? Let's do the count here. $37 severe weather warnings right now.
Shoot. It's an active evening, unfortunately.
With eight tornado warnings. Tiny tornado watch in northern Indiana. Really? Is there really a tiny tornado watch?
Comparatively, yeah. It's covering a narrow path that's mainly for this one tornadic supercell.
That is crazy. What the? It's real. They're thinking it's going to really take 6 hours to work its way all the way into Coldwater, Michigan. I can see that. Okay, remember that tornado ratings are based on the damage caused, not necessarily how big the twister is. Yeah, that's why the focus is so much on damage with these with these things, in addition to the human cost. Exactly. Okay, this supercell is now moving into another state. Got all little eyes on you, little buddy, supercell. We'll probably get a watch in central Indiana later tonight. Yeah, more than likely. Dang, those velocities are coming up on this storm, are increasing again. Dang, the inrot is stronger too. Yeah, inrot is increasing on this storm again, Ethan. And, whoa.
Yeah, it is a steady...
Is that debris again? I think we might have debris.
Potentially, it's kind of inconclusive on my end of things. But this storm, this circulation, if it is a tornado, is about 1.5 miles from the Indiana border.
It's actually crossing over the Indiana border right now as we speak.
Yes, okay, I just got that update.
Dang, Lake Village needs to be taking shelter right now. Looks like a little 6, doesn't it? And a cinnamon roll. That is a very, very prolific supercell. Oh my, oh, holy cow, Ethan.
Really?
Holy cow, stop, Ethan. I'm sorry to interrupt. Oh my gosh, that velocity. That velocity, dude. We have -60 touching 80 now. That velocity really is increasing again. Quickly. I mean quickly.
It is. And so if we have a tornado with this, and we very likely do, it's going to unfortunately be strong again, it seems.
Yeah, the inrot, the rotational velocity, Ethan, on this goes all the way up to... goes pretty high. I'll look at that in a second. But up to a 3. It's up to a 3. It's maxed out on the inrot, the rotational velocity.
Yeah, this is a really, this is a terrible storm. Law enforcement reports, Indiana State Police reporting tornado on the ground road. Yes, we do have another tornado with that. It is strong.
Wow. Yeah, Lake Village, you need to be taking shelter immediately. A strong to an intense tornado is on the ground right now as we're tracking this. This is getting ready to cross over US 41. Tornado started pretty much to the south of Kankakee. This has been probably on the ground for a good solid, let's see here. Yeah, we're going 20 miles on this. All right, Ethan, we have violent rotation on this. Violent rotation on this.
Absolutely. It is a really significant signature coming into Indiana. Directly, unfortunately, headed toward Lake Village at this time.
Yeah, we have -50, Ethan, now touching -85.
My gosh. It's hard to find the words to describe this.
Oh my gosh, we have a very deep TDS. Oh, this is on the ground big time. Okay, Indiana State Police reports tornado is on the ground, visible from near Indiana 10 and 600 West. So this is on the ground right now, and this is directly going right towards Lake Village. Lake Village is going to take a direct hit from this. Oh.
Yeah, and it's only about 3 miles away, so it is moving in very quickly.
Dude, look at the debris, man, on that. It is being centrifuged around that tornado on reflectivity. Look at the debris ball on that sucker.
I'm looking at that right now. You can kind of see that whole circulation pattern to it, where you've got the asymmetric areas of inflow coming in, giving it that circulation. And that is absolutely visible on the radar. And that's, really an unfortunate thing to see. I am, very concerned with people in Lake Village and downstream Roselawn, Indiana as well. DeMott even beyond that. This is a really, unfortunately, this is what we were afraid of.
And look at the 3D on this, Ethan. Look at my 3D on this. Look at the rotation velocity going all the way up to about 40,000 feet on this. It's going to take a bit on your...
Absolutely just... No, I see. Yeah, absolutely insane. And the tilt to it, you can see classic Supercell presentation.
Yeah. All right, we got another tornado report. Amateur radio. Multiple reports of a tornado crossing Main Street on the north side of Hopkins Park, relayed via amateur radio. Time estimated by radar. That was, I guess, earlier. Just came up on my end. Wow. This is... No hail reports on this, though, anymore. Now it's a tornado reports coming in. All right, we're going to get a new scan. Okay, wow, that changed quickly. Is it recycling again? Is it cycling?
It very well could be. It looked like the presentation was getting a little bit messy in the last scan.
Yeah, I thought so. Sorry, I know we should be watching other severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff and tornado warnings, but man, this thing is a prolific tornado producer right here. Tornado warning in Iowa as well.
Okay.
Wait, really? Maybe that's gone. Yeah, it's canceled. I think it got canceled.
Just because we're focusing on this doesn't mean that we don't have other storms going on, like Oklahoma City. We do have a tornado warning, baseball-sized hail and everything. Tornado warnings to the south in Texas as well. But this storm in northwest Indiana is a prolific tornado producer, and it is immediately a very dangerous storm.
Yeah, so we have to be on top of this one for a while. We really do. It's very close to Lake Village. Oh gosh, yeah, it's coming right into Lake Village right now. Lake Village, you should already be in your basement. You should already be in your basement. Please be in your basement. Okay, update. No longer any tornado warnings in Iowa, but several severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes. Nice M10K. Yeah. That's what I was seeing on my end. There was no red boxes, polygons anymore. Man, this is a big storm. 3-inch hail warranted on this still, so there's still some big hail on this. 2.5 to 3 inch. Oh, guess what, Ethan?
Oh, I'm going off, yeah.
It's cycling. It's cycling again.
It just got an extension, I believe.
Yep, we got another extension. Another PDS tornado warning has been issued. This now includes for DeMotte, Fair Oaks, Rosslawn, I can't even say that. Niman, maybe the K is silent, and Wheatfield. And boy,
It's a new PDS tornado warning.
Yeah.
Man. It's a prolific storm right there. Oh my gosh.
Dang, the severe thunderstorm warnings are adding up quickly on this. Oh gosh, Enrod is back up again on this? Man. Enrod is back up to 3 on this again. The rotational velocities on this are insanely strong. Wow, Ethan. Whoa. Guess how strong the rotation on this is now?
How strong?
Negative 51 touching 125.
And the rotation on this is quite intense. That's what you're indicating there on the radar. It is very, very near Lake Village, if not hitting Lake Village right now.
Oof.
And once it goes from there, what we've been talking about recently, Rose Lawn, Indiana is next. You're going to be downstream of this about 8 miles. So it's going to be there. It's going to be there pretty soon, within the next 15 to 20 minutes at least. And then later on, Wheatfield, Indiana, DeMott, and then even beyond that, we're looking at places like Winnemac, North Judson, and places like that, Culver, Indiana, even. You need to be looking out for this. The SPC predicts that it's going to be a long-lasting supercell, and it is going to pose a significant tornado risk for the next couple hours.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Ethan. Big TDS now. Big TDS south of Lake Village. Huge TDS.
No, I would not be surprised, unfortunately, because it is a very significant rotational signature right there. And oh my gosh, it is within a mile of Lake Village, if not hitting there already.
Oh my gosh. That is a beast. That is a beast. It is, dude, it is rage folding the radar, dude. This thing is insane. The NROT on this is off the charts now. It's 3.5. It is off the charts. The rotational velocity. Yeah, 60.
Yeah, it is a...
Sorry, 60 touching, negative 60 touching 95.
Yeah, and when David's talking about range folding, this is when the velocity is being, the velocity folding, that is. That's when the velocity is being folded over into the other end of the radar spectrum, because it's measuring a wind velocity higher than what it's capable of reading. So it reverts to the other end of the scale, and that's this velocity folding. And so that's usually something we see in these more intensely tornado storms.
All right. You know what, Ethan? We have a violent tornado on the ground. Axosex on the chat says very big CC drop. Big CC drop right now. Very big. And it's going very close or on top of Lake Village right now. This is getting worse. It's getting worse.
It is absolutely a dangerous storm that we're dealing with here. And if it's not hitting... I'm going to organize my map again here. I got things messed up. If it's not hitting Lake Village, it's very close to there. And like I've been saying, along downstream is going to be places to look out for next. This tornado is near, but just south of Highway 10. If you're in the area, County Road 1000 North. It's going to be mainly along and south of there at this point that it is tracking. And as David said, significant debris being detected on radar. A very intense rotational signature.
Yeah, in fact, debris, Ethan, I'm not lying when I say this. Debris, I don't know if this is right. It may not be right. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to just read what radar's telling me. Debris is being lofted at 35,000 feet on this.
Yeah, it is just every indication of a strong tornado. Absolutely. That's what we're dealing with here. That debris lofting height is something that we associate with more of the upper end tornadoes. It's not a direct relationship. Typically, I mean, we can't extrapolate what the rating will be from that. Obviously, we're not pre-rating anything. It is to say that that's what we've associated with strong tornadoes in the past.
So now if you guys are just tuning in, this has now crossed into the Indiana state now. It's in the state of Indiana. Demote, Niman, Roselawn, please take shelter. Shelby just to the south under a PDS tornado warning. Fair Oaks, Gifford, as well as Wheatfield. We've been tracking this supercell since it began near El Paso. Actually, I think near that El Paso area is where it started. So we've been on top of this supercell for about, constantly, probably at least an hour or so. And so we're keeping an eye on that. Now, we just got a late storm report. Is that even going to pop up? Thunderstorm wind damage report to the north of Aroma Park. Looks like it's cycling again a little bit. Yeah, NROT has really come down on that. NROT has really come down. Also, Ethan, there might be another tornado forming upstream from that. I don't know if that's what I'm seeing. If you're seeing that too, there's another notch upstream of the tornado. So we might be getting twins on this.
Hold on a second.
Ooh, yeah. That's hooking a little more.
Potentially so. It is, if you're in this warned area, at any point you need to be taking shelter now. It's approaching the Roselawn, Indiana area, and it is approximately 4 to 4.5 miles away from there now.
And of course, Ethan, I do appreciate you here being with me on this because you're great at tracking these storms with me as well. And so, man, I'm glad I needed you today because, what a big storm into your home state, literally. I could, for one, say, what's the weather like in your area? I don't want to disclose the city, of course, but like near the Longport area or the Arcadia, I could actually be like, okay, Ethan, I'll tell you the weather because it's like right there. It's like really close. Actually, the storm in itself is roughly about, come on. Or is it? Okay, there we go. So it's roughly about, man, this is pretty close. Only 60 miles.
It is.
Wow, only 60 miles.
It is usually close for me. I actually can see out the window to the northwest just a little bit between the trees and see some lightning flashes taking place from that storm.
Wow. Dang.
And it is frequent, so it is an organized. Yeah, it is an intense tornadic supercell. When this gets closer, I have to say that I will probably have to be headed out because I need to communicate with family and people I know in the path of this, and also see if I can get some pictures of the lightning structure at least.
Sweet. Now, once you head out, if this storm could just literally fall apart, which it probably won't, I'm going to be headed out. I could be on because too late to go to the park, so I'm going to stay home and actually we'll end up streaming live here a lot longer, which is fine. I can go to the park tomorrow. There's always tomorrow, right? There's always a new day. Always a new day to have fun. And so no day gets old. So I'll be doing that probably tomorrow. Along to go with other stuff. Cleaning out the gutters at someone's house. So, yeah. What's my weather, David? You know what your weather is. There's high clouds. There's high clouds from that storm. Okay, PDS, severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper and Porter counties in Indiana. Yes, that's this storm that we're tracking right now that has 1.5-inch hailstones. So many storms behind this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of storms. A lot of storms.
Got reports of power flashes with this storm near Roselawn, Indiana now.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you know if it's still on the ground? Do they know? Like storm chasers? I'm sure it's on the ground still. Oh,
most likely.
Yep, it is.
He's saying power flashes continue.
Yep, there is. Yep, there's a debris signature again. Actually, the debris signature really didn't go away, but it did cross over. It did cross over State Route 10. Look at that shrimp moving. Shrimp. It does look like a shrimp, except a shrimp of evilness. Okay, debris ball actually fell apart a little bit. It's now moving in the middle of a field based on latest radar reflectivity at the moment. We do not have any radar sites. And this is the closest radar site that we can still get. I am very curious to see how many tornado reports we've gotten today. Let me look. 6 tornado reports just from that. Oh no, 2 down there in Texas. So we've gotten 4 tornado reports just alone in Illinois.
Yeah, with this prolific storm. And I am seeing some photos of the damage from the Kankakee area, and it is quite significant, unfortunately. So, to give an idea of the power that this storm has, it has significantly. There are structures that have been reported destroyed, trees taken down to stumps. It is a bad storm.
Wow. Holy cow. Probably at least EF2 rating. It has to be at least EF2. What do you think,
Yep.
Valparaiso? That's...
Valparaiso?
Yeah, probably you can answer that question because that's, I think, in Indiana or Indiana or in Illinois somewhere.
Valparaiso, yeah, that's Indiana. The storm is going to be missing Valparaiso, so you don't have to worry about this storm. You're up in that area. There will be storms move through tonight with a damaging wind and perhaps tornado threat, but the primary tornado risk that's being posed by this dominant supercell is going to stay south of you.
Oh yeah, there's Valparaiso right there. Okay, sorry. Oh my gosh. I see. I've never really heard of that name before, so it's like, where in the heck is that? Okay, so Valparaiso is up here in Porter County. Oh yeah, this will be south of you. Yeah, you have no problem. I mean, you're so far south of it, or far north of it, you're not even in the severe destructive warning. Which, by the way, speaking of that, Ethan, the NROT on this has picked back up now to 2.92 on the rotational velocity, and it's range folding again.
So, I mean, I wouldn't, if this starts to weaken, it'll probably pick back up again. That's the anticipation for at least the next hour or two. Storm Prediction Center. I've got to go. I've got to have it for a little bit. If things there, I'll be back on if you're still going. But you do, whatever you're going to do, I'll see what's going on.
All right, sounds good. So we're going to keep an eye on this supercell for a while, because now this is moving just into Indiana, Demote, as well as Rosslyn, or Roselawn. Oh my gosh. Or Rosslyn, Roselawn. Either way, means the same thing. Looks like it might be occluding. Or wait, no. We're going to really watch the radar on that, actually. Don't want to speak too soon on it. Looks like the reflectivity, though, is really gone really messy. So we're really going to have to watch the latest stats on that. Is Lansing going to get any tornadoes? What should I be? Lansing. So Lansing is going to, let me see. Lansing is in a... So Lansing is in a slight risk for severe weather today. So no, you're not going to get tornadoes. The wind risk is the only thing you're really going to have to worry about. And maybe some large hail, possibly up to at least 2 inches in diameter, potentially. But that's really about it. That's really the extent of this event. Actually, you're getting storms there right now. But I don't see anything extreme like tornado-wise at all. No. So no tornadoes. Mainly a wind and hail threat instead. Yeah, we're also moving away from the K-Lot radar. That is true. Man, look at all the hail reports out of Oklahoma City on this storm. Crazy hail reports. 14 hail reports just alone out of that storm. And still holding together. Still holding together. But no tornado on that right now. Just, yeah, radar indicated tornado warning, but at times it does occasionally produce a tornado, but nothing too extreme on that right now. But we're going to watch this storm here for a while. Okay, Enrod is actually holding together here. So this is still a significant tornado on the ground. So it is rain wrapped. Looks like there's some hail and rain wrapping into that storm. KW moved to the KIWX. That's further though, I think. That's further away. Yeah, it's too far away from what we're tracking. It's like the radar beam on that storm is like 7,000 feet. The radar site, the K-Lot, the radar beam is still like 3,000 feet off the surface. So I'm going to use a K-Lot for a while. Since it is closest. Because if you use the KIWX, that's 7,000 feet. There is definitely a lot of rotation on this. A lot. Intense rotation. But no debris being noted anymore. But it is more likely on the ground. It's just in open field. Looks like we're seeing a cycling again. So Wheatfield, you need to be taking shelter right now. We're seeing a new cycle happening. We're seeing a new cycle. It's recycling again. So, yeah, Demote, Wheatfield, Rosslon. It's what we're watching very closely. That storm downstream, definitely. Storm into San Pierre. La Crosse getting some good rainfall. Maybe a little bit of hail out of that as well. Chat's dead. Hello, everybody. Looks like a nasty line of storms crossing over Illinois. So we're actually going to take... Storm is still intense, though. Oh, got a new tornado warning. Now in Toulon, in Illinois. It's very far from the radar site. So actually, let's look at this other radar site. So we're going to take a break from that supercell for a while since we've been on top of that for too long already. Be right back. All right, sorry, you guys. I am back. Sorry for me leaving a lot. So, yeah, we're going to be watching this for a little while longer. Yeah, it looks like this storm is really beginning to break up over here. We'll keep an eye on this a little longer. But I think I'm going to head off for a while. If things do remain quite intense, I might go live a little bit later on tonight. I might need to. I'm probably going to go live a little bit later on tonight. We'll see how things pan out. But I am actually going to get off for a little bit and have some dinner because there's no one here to help me out. And I don't want to just sit here and keep the stream running for you all while I am downstairs eating and stuff. I don't want to eat on camera. It's disgusting. So I will be back later on, maybe if necessary, if things do pop up rapidly here, okay? Please be safe. Wheatfield, Nouts, Meldon, Herbon, La Crosse, North Judson. Please be aware, strong thunderstorm headed there, maybe a tornado or two. But as always, have a great rest of your guys' day, and I'll be back later. Please share, like, and subscribe if you haven't already, okay? Like I said, please don't forget to share, like, and subscribe. Been live for at least 4 hours, but should be back later on if necessary. Love you guys. Take care and be safe.